Signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Wish to inform members that I received correspondence from the First and Deputy First Minister in relation to my referral to the Executive the ministerial decision of the Minister for the Economy to instruct officials to prepare additional measures to eliminate any risk of public funds being used to support the manufacture of arms or components that are used for genocide. They have advised that there was no consensus reached on whether or not the Minister for Economy's decision contravened Section 28A1 of the Act, whether or not that decision related to a significant or controversial matter or regarding any actions. I'll arrange for a copy of the letter to be placed in the library. We now move to member statements, and I call Sinead Ennis.
I get Cancorla. So while the EBU was making its mind up whether 20,000 dead Palestinian children was quite enough to remove Israel from the Eurovision Song Contest, Ireland, Spain, Slovenia and the Netherlands acted under the weight of their own conscience and took the morally correct decision to withdraw from the Eurovision, to not allow themselves to be used to normalise and sanitise Israel and its crimes. It is wholly unconscionable that it has been left to national broadcasters to be the moral compass of the competition in the face of the abject cowardice and hypocrisy shown by the EBU. In 2022, Russia was rightly expelled following the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The EBU said at the time that Russia had brought the contest into disrepute. No such consensus was reached over Israel, over the genocide in Gaza. Somehow the starvation, the mass graves, the 70,000 dead Palestinians, 25,000 of them children, the bombed-out hospitals, the dozens of murdered journalists, the flattened neighbourhoods, the live-stream horror of a people being annihilated does not bring the contest into disrepute. And that's a death toll that continues to rise by an average of 7 people a day, despite a ceasefire. We know, because it has been documented, that Israel uses Eurovision as a soft power tool to sanitise its image and deflect from its atrocities in Gaza. Eurovision is essentially a branding exercise to repackage its apartheid reality as progressive, LGBTQ-friendly, multicultural and fun. When it hosted Eurovision in 2019, Israel erased Palestinians entirely, fined a contestant for holding a Palestinian flag, and, much like the Education Minister, showcased illegally occupied territories as Israeli land. But audiences are no longer buying it. Broadcasters, artists and viewers across Europe are confronting the obvious. Eurovision has become a platform for laundering Israeli state crimes. I read over the weekend that the Deputy First Minister thinks that boycotts don't work. Deputy First Minister, they do work. And I'm quite sure Emma Little-Pengelly is familiar with South Africa, so if she doesn't believe me that boycotts work, maybe she'll listen to the South African caller to LBC Radio on Friday, who, when asked if boycotts work, said, "Boycotts work. Every single one of us knew that our laws and our actions were unacceptable to the world. Cancórla, the withdrawal of the Irish, Spanish, Dutch, Slovenian and now Flemish broadcasters was a human response and an act of resistance, and I call on the BBC to follow their example. If the contest is to survive, then we, the fans, need to stop it being used as an apartheid talent show. We cannot be complicit in the cultural art washing that exists to distract from a genocide that Europe continues to arm, fund, excuse and sanitise.
Alan Robinson.
You, Mr. Speaker. The 6th of December is a date that is ingrained in my mind, as it is a dark day in my childhood in 1982. But it was an even darker day for so many others. It was the date that evil descended upon the village of Ballykelly, and where Republican terrorists decided that they would plant a bomb in the Drop-in-Well nightclub, killing 17 young people having a night out 3 weeks before Christmas. Protestants and Catholics, they didn't care who they killed. They couldn't care less who they injured, some with terrible lifelong injuries. As I said last year, the bombing was an act of evil Republican terrorist violence that served no purpose and advanced no cause other than to rob families of loved ones and to remove good and decent human beings from this world. While it is a dark date for me in my childhood, who can clearly remember the wail of emergency vehicles, it is an even darker day for those who are left with an empty chair at this time of year, or for those who have the mental and physical scars to this day. I want again to thank the Cheshire Regiment Association, who ensure that every year those who suffered by the evil that was inflicted upon that village and its people are remembered by an annual solemn event in Tamlafin-Lagan. While others wish to stand on the side of evil and terror, I am always proud to stand every year shoulder to shoulder with the innocent, to show them that we support them and that we still and always will care after the passing of all those years. It truly sickens me to the core that gullible young people are brainwashed to believe that an individual who sneaks in and plants a 5-kilogram bomb at a pillar to bring down a roof upon young people having a night out at Christmas time and then scurry away are heroes and so-called brave defenders of their bloody, filthy, terrorist cause. Let's call it as it is. Only murdering psychopaths blinded by hatred would do such a thing. Parents and those in responsibility must tell young people that there is nothing to celebrate in terrorism, that it was wrong then as it is today. It should never be repeated. It can never be justified, as I do to my child, who's the same age as I was when this dastardly evil was brought upon the people of that beautiful and peaceful village of Ballykelly.
Michelle Guy.
I rise today to congratulate two amazing organisations from our community, the Live Life Wellbeing Centre and Ballymacash Sports Academy, on being awarded the prestigious King's Award for Voluntary Service. This is the highest honour a volunteer-led group can receive in the UK and is often described as the MBE for organisations. To see not one but two groups from our area recognised in this way is an exceptional achievement and a testament to the incredible work that's happening on the ground in Lagan Valley. The Live Life Wellbeing Centre's recognition marks an important first, because it is the first time a group of disabled young people have received this award. Live Life Director of Services Philip Renadair recently highlighted the type of contribution these young people make, which includes knitting hundreds of small woolen hats for the neonatal unit at the Belfast Royal Children's Hospital, bucket collecting for local charities, supporting local food banks and providing entertainment to nursing home residents. The dedicated volunteers at Ballymacash Sports Academy show what community-led sport can achieve by giving opportunities to all, regardless of age, gender or ability, improving people's mental health and physical health. They have demonstrated a genuine commitment to inclusion and are focused on meeting the needs of the local community. What they have built is pretty remarkable and a credit to everyone involved. Commenting on the award, Chairman of Ballymacash Sports Academy, Philip Trimble, said, "This is a tremendous achievement and honour for all those connected with Ballymacash Sports Academy. From our BRFC coaches to our fantastic craft club members, school and club partnerships, We are simply delighted to have our vision and hard work recognised by His Majesty the King. As an MLA, I have been warmly welcomed by both groups, and I know their volunteers don't do what they do for recognition, they don't do it for applause, they do it because they care and because they genuinely want to improve the lives of people in our community. It is inspiring, it is appreciated, and congratulations to you all.
Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address a matter of immense public interest. I want to say at the outset there are no outstanding criminal proceedings in relation to that matter. The Office of Police Ombudsman is one of the most significant in Northern Ireland. The Ombudsman exercises vast powers, is paid a vast salary, and has ongoing access to top secret material. Indeed, investigates the most serious complaints against police officers and issues legacy reports to this day. Following an incident at Mary Anderson's house the 22nd to 23rd of September, the West Midlands Police Service conducted a lengthy police investigation. They submitted a file to the Public Prosecution Service for the offences of perverting the course of justice and misconduct in public office. Now, on the 9th of October this year, the PPS did determine there was insufficient evidence to proceed. And Mrs Anderson is, as a matter of law, innocent. But serious questions about conduct remain. Shortly after this incident, the media asked the Department of Justice and the Ombudsman organisation whether Ms Anderson had tendered her resignation after the incident. They refused to answer. I can now report that Ms Anderson did tender her resignation on the 24th of September 2023 at 9:38 p.m. to the Permanent Secretary at the Department of Justice. Within 1 hour, the DOJ Permanent Secretary had said that the resignation would be parked and no action would be taken. I want to know who was involved in making that decision. Was there any political involvement? Why was such a decision made in such a rushed way on a Sunday night? And that decision is hugely consequential, because the Police Ombudsman has been off and on and absent for work for a significant period of time. There's been much speculation about the inability to suspend the Police Ombudsman, yet there was an opportunity to take that resignation right at the very outset of this incident. There are further concerns, Mr. Speaker. There's clear and unchallenged evidence that the Police Ombudsman, during the incident at her home, discouraged, and in the days after, a member of her own staff providing a statement to the police service about a live criminal investigation. There is clear and unchallenged evidence that the Police Ombudsman divulged confidential information about an Ombudsman investigation to a family member, who then confronted a third party with that information. Mr. Speaker, these are serious issues. They pose serious concerns about the integrity, the fitness for office and security clearance of the Police Ombudsman. But we can't get any answers. Last year I revealed there were no powers to suspend an Ombudsman, even if they were charged with murder. If they're out on bail, they could walk into their office. Too many people have been asleep at the wheel for too long in relation to the Ombudsman's office. I now call on the Executive Office and Justice Minister to urgently clarify the position of the Police Ombudsman and update this House.
Mark Durgan.
Speaker, I rise today to speak briefly about the severe challenges facing Nazareth House Primary School and St Eugene's Primary School in Derry. Both schools are dealing with unacceptable, unsafe structural issues and huge uncertainty, and it is our children and families who are feeling the impact. But even in the midst of this disruption, the dedication of the staff in both schools has been exceptional. Their professionalism, compassion and resilience are keeping these school communities together. They have adapted at speed, reassured pupils and continued to deliver high-quality learning under immense pressure. And I want to pay sincere tribute to every teacher, classroom assistant, principal and member of support staff, and the wider community that has rallied in their support. But let me be clear, these roofs didn't fall in overnight. Issues have been flagged for almost 2 decades. If appropriate action had been taken earlier, these crises could have been avoided. These crises would have been avoided. Timely investment and appropriate intervention would have spared families, staff and pupils the huge inconvenience and uncertainty they are now forced to endure. It is beyond time for the Department of Education and the Education Authority to act decisively, to provide immediate, safe learning spaces, and to put in place and communicate a firm, funded plan to address long overdue repairs and rebuilds. While the leaders of these schools ask, what next? Others fighting similar, seemingly endless battles for funding to address similar structural issues will be asking, where next? And without a proper review of and investment in the maintenance of our crumbling school estate, we will see more forced closures of schools and the chaos that comes with that. To the staff of Nazareth House and St Eugene's and all those other schools out there, thank you. We will continue to stand with you and fight for the facilities and investment that our children deserve.
And I rise today on a matter that is no shock to members of the House, because we have been very clear now for about a week about Nazareth House Primary School and the fact that children in my constituency are being denied the opportunity to go to school. Last week I requested an urgent meeting with the Education Minister. I got a holding response and I have received nothing yet. Clearly there is a different definition of urgent within the Department of Education than that which I hold. There have been no proper solutions put in place. Temporary use of a community facility for a time-bound period for only until Christmas for some children in confined circumstances does not cut it, and it is not the job of the principal, of school staff or of parents to do the job of the Education Authority or of the Department of Education. This is particularly bad in the run-up to Christmas when schools are thriving and children are excited to be in school, and while many local people have stepped in to provide some facilities, children are still being denied their fundamental right to teaching, learning and a proper education. But this should come as no surprise to the Department of Education, because a business case was submitted for this roof in 2017, over 8 years on, and nothing has happened. If we look at the EA's own criteria for how they are supposed to prioritise maintenance, their first criteria states projects that meet the inescapable statutory requirements such as health and safety, fire protection and statutory obligations under the Disability Act. Yet, as I sit in the PAC, our report recently clearly showed poor prioritisation by the Education Authority, and I can think of no clearer example than this. Within a mile in Derry, there is one school that's roof did collapse and another that has had to close because its roof is about to collapse. That will not be lost on the people of Derry, particularly when within the last year another school in Derry received a fourth pitch, one which they had made no bid for and which they already had they were awash with other sporting facilities. So the people of Derry have been failed by successive DUP education ministers. This should be a ministerial priority. The Minister should be meeting with us as local elected representatives. The Minister should be in Derry meeting with the schools, and the Minister should be answering parents and telling them, giving them certainty on what happens next for the children of Nazareth House.
John Buckley.
Speaker, on the 16th of April, For Women's Scotland secured a landmark victory for common sense and for women right across the United Kingdom. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the word woman in the Equality Act 2010 refers to biological sex and does not include men who self-identify as women. It concluded that basic terms such as man and woman, are defined by biological sex and not by someone's preferred gender. This has meant a great deal for women. It's meant a great deal in protecting their personal space, protecting their sport, protecting their safety. It's not hard, Mr. Speaker. It has never been hard for the vast majority of our common sense constituents. They know, despite the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, not knowing, that men should never be able to enter female toilets, that men should never be allowed to compete in women-only sports. That men self-identifying as women should never be able to compromise the privacy rights of biological females. Finally, we thought balance was being restored, though to find out just in the past week that this ruling for common sense is now being challenged by those with rather more ulterior motives. To undermine this historic ruling, their argument is somehow that a biological man can get on the ferry over in Stranraer to Larne and somehow magically become a meal along the way. I mean, it's quite literally ridiculous. I've heard of seasickness on the sea, but to really promote such a narrative really is sick indeed. There has been no other than the chief defender of woke causes in Northern Ireland that is taking this case, and that's the Equality Commission. They're attempting to use the Windsor Framework Article 2 rights as their claim to ensure that it has supremacy over our own Supreme Court. And guess who's paying, members? The taxpayer. Make no mistake, Speaker, this has come as a result of weak, far-left, lily-livered politicians in this place, such as Sinn Féin, the STLP and the Alliance, who cannot state basic facts such as a man is a man and a woman is a woman, and it will have consequences. The voters are no fools. They understand what it means to be a man and a woman, and it's high time members in this chamber caught on too.
Donny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw attention today to the findings of Marie Curie's Dying in Poverty 2025 report on Northern Ireland. I recently attended and took part in a discussion on the report launch with the Marie Curie team. This was an incredibly powerful event and highlighted the desperate and inhumane situations that those in their final days are facing at a time when they need the most support. No one deserves to die in poverty. The report sets out a stark and deeply troubling reality for people in Northern Ireland and discusses the rise in poverty, specifically fuel poverty, for those at the end of life. Dying in poverty is not inevitable, but for too many people it has become their expected reality. The testimonies in the report are harrowing reading. Extremely sick people forced to choose between heat and food, using credit cards to keep the lights on while undergoing chemotherapy, individuals too unwell to work but forced to because they lack the income they need to survive. These stories highlight a deeply inhumane crisis affecting people when they are the most vulnerable. The report states that being in the last year of life is a significant risk factor for falling into poverty, and the rates are only getting worse. 20% of people in their last year of life are estimated to be in poverty, rising to 27% if we look at fuel poverty specifically. Council areas in Northern Ireland like Derry City and Strabane, Belfast, Newry, Morning Down and Causeway Coast and Glens are in the top 20 in the UK for the highest fuel poverty rates during the last year of life. We need to recognise that rising levels of poverty at the end of life do not occur in isolation. They're mere structural inequalities that have gone unaddressed for too long, including gaps in income support, limited access to specialist palliative care services and the absence of coordinated planning across departments. People are receiving support only when they reach crisis point, or in some cases, not at all. A more coherent approach, grounded in early intervention, predictable financial assistance and reliable data sharing would not only reduce hardship, but also strengthen public confidence that government is willing to meet its responsibilities to those who are least able to navigate complex systems at a time of profound vulnerability. Marie Curie has set out recommendations such as better identification and information sharing to ensure people with a terminal illness are reached quickly with support, a minimum income guarantee that includes early access to the state pension for those of working age and reforms to income support, measures to address energy costs and to support the most vulnerable in our society in their final days. The report makes clear that this is an issue for all levels of government, including this Assembly. People in the last year of life deserve security and dignity, not financial crisis. The evidence Marie Curie has presented demands a serious and coordinated response, and I urge the Executive and all parties to give these recommendations the consideration they deserve.
I want to welcome the announcement by the Economy Minister, Kiva Archibald, that the Ireland's Hidden Heartlands tourism branding will be extended into Fermanagh. This is incredibly positive news for our county. The Hidden Heartlands initiative has been a major success only a few miles down the road, drawing visitors, investment and new opportunities. Its expansion into Fermanagh will provide a real boost for our local tourism and hospitality sectors. We are blessed with world-class attractions, from Bleak Pottery to the Stairway to Heaven and the stunning waters of Lough Erne. This branding extension gives us a platform to showcase all that we have to offer. At a time when the all-island economy continues to strengthen, it is only sensible that we work together to unlock the full potential of tourism across our island. The campaign is set to begin next year, and I have no doubt it will attract more visitors to Fermanagh, support jobs and grow our local economy. I also want to commend Minister Kiva Archibald for her leadership and steadfast commitment to driving this exciting project forward since taking up office. Mr
Speaker, as we move toward Christmas and the focus of many turns to the Christmas story of the Christ child of Bethlehem's manger, I want to pause this morning to remember the many babes who were conceived over recent months but whose lives were cut short as a result of the practice of abortion. I was saddened to see that between the period of April 2024 to March 25, some 2,899 abortions were carried out in Northern Ireland, legislated for by the previous Westminster government through the Abortion Northern Ireland No. 2 Regulation 2020. This year's figure represented an increase of 3.7% on the 2023-24 reporting period, which equated to 2,795 souls. In total, there have been 11,192 abortions carried out in Northern Ireland since the new legislation came into effect and to the period ending 31st of March 2025. For myself, my party, and countless thousands across Northern Ireland, this figure represents a mark of collective shame on our society. There are, of course, instances where compassion and medical necessity require such a course of action. But for the overwhelming majority of the 2,899 abortions conducted over the past reported year, these were actions of convenience in which the life of the unborn was unvalued by the individuals involved and sadly now unprotected by the law of the land. The current legislative framework is far more expansive than the people of Northern Ireland were ever consulted on or wanted. The 2020 regulations were an example of how not to do government. Imposed as it was over the heads of democratically elected representatives in this House, it stands as the gravest of warnings to those who would advocate the virtues of London rule in favour of devolution. The injustice of this legislation, the most liberal to be found across these islands, continues to be an issue, and those of us on these benches will highlight and fight to overthrow. It is often stated in the discourse around this subject that both lives matter. Every life carries inherent dignity and worth, Mr. Speaker. Human rights belong to everyone, equally and without exception, or at least they should.
Finnegan.
And I rise today to speak about something that matters deeply to the people of South Armagh. And I want to say it plainly so there is no confusion. For the first time in over 6,000 years, the South Cairn on the summit of Slieve Gullion is closed. This is the highest surviving Neolithical passage tomb in Ireland, older than the pyramids, aligned with the winter solstice, a place where families, walkers, tourists and school children have gathered for generations to witness sunlight travel through a stone chamber hand-built by our ancestors. But this winter, for the first time in all its history, they will meet a locked gate. The Department of Communities closed the cairn due to safety concerns, and no one disputes that safety matters, but it was closed without funding in place to fix the issues, without a clear plan and without a timeline for reopening. That is the core of the problem. A monument that has survived invasion, weather, famine, plantation and conflict, stalled now by bureaucracy. It tells us something many in South Armagh already know too well. Our heritage is too often the first to be restricted and the last to be prioritised. This mountain is not geography, it is identity, memory, story. Tradition tells us that St Oliver Plunkett, primate of all Ireland, once hid in that cairn, sheltered by the people of South Armagh as the Crown hunted him and sought to arrest him. A community that risked itself to protect its faith and culture now stands behind a fence at the ferry site it safeguarded. That history of resistance, endurance and defiance is written into the stone of Gullion. It is who we are. And yet, despite this importance, despite its tourism value, cultural value and international archaeological significance, our council area doesn't even carry the name South Armagh. We sit inside Newry, Mourne and Down, even though South Armagh makes up more than 1/3 of the district, and Slieve Gullion is routinely marketed under Visit Mournes, a place it is not. Slieve Gullion is South Armagh. We are a region of unique heritage, mythology, language, landscape and a creative energy, and we deserve to be recognised, respected and invested in. Our people should not be locked out of its own history. Our children should not grow up being told their identity is at the footnote of someone else's brand. We want transparency, clarity and a commitment to reopen access, not someday, not when budgets appear, but with purpose, because heritage delayed is heritage denied. As a wise woman once said, we are women of South Armagh, born of granite, we endure. And we will keep speaking up for this place, this mountain and the story until the cairn, Callia Bowers House, is reopened once again. Gormila, Mayagov.
Okay, Nicole, if you can confine your remarks to 2 minutes, Ms. Nicole.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anyone is feeling a bit low about politics and needs a dose of inspiration, then I have the answer for you. At the end of November, I had the privilege of meeting with Girl Guiding Ulster here in Parliament Buildings, and was grilled by them to a level that no journalist, I think, is capable of doing. It was really wonderful spending time with these young women and talking about their Girls' Attitude Survey. This year, the 17th year of the survey, they surveyed over 2,500 girls and young women aged between 7 and 21 to hear about the challenges faced by girls and young women from right across the UK. And their survey highlights a lot of the challenges, including key concerns around sexism, misogyny in schools, and challenges to mental health. It found that in the past year, 68% of girls and young women aged 11 to 21 have changed their everyday behaviour to avoid sexual harassment. More than 1 in 4 young girls feel sad most days or every day, compared to 1 in 10 in 2015, and 36% of 11 to 21-year-olds say that they feel depressed after spending time on social media. These are sobering statistics. And while they're powerful, what is even more powerful about this report is the hope and optimism within it, and the action that Girl Guiding are taking to turn these statistics around. More than 2 in 3 supported another girl who may have experienced sexism or misogyny. 80% of girls and young women aged between 7 to 21 agree that being outdoors and in nature helps me feel happy, and 72% say they want more of those opportunities. And almost 2/3 of girls and young women aged 7 to 21 want to be leaders in their chosen job, compared to 53% in 2018. So I'd encourage all members to read the report, engage with young people, and together take action required to support all young people in our society to develop, grow and flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item of business is a motion on observer status in the European Parliament. I inform members that a valid petition of concern has been presented today in relation to this motion. The debate can still proceed, as can the vote on the amendment which has not been petitioned and which therefore requires a simple majority. However, the vote on the motion, whether or not amendment, will not be taken today, as Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act requires that there must now be a 14-day consideration period. The consideration period for this petition ends on the 21st of December 2025. Following this, on the 22nd of December, only the petition may be confirmed. If the petition is confirmed by 30 members on this day, then the vote on the motion, whether or not amendment, will require cross-community support. If it is not confirmed by 30 members, then the vote will require simple majority support. In either case, the vote will not take place until a date after the 22nd of December. I shall now ask the clerk to read the motion. I'll take points of order in a moment.
That this Assembly recalls that the majority of people here voted to remain in the European Union, acknowledges that our long-term future would be best served by rejoining the European Union, recognises the democratic deficit as a result of Brexit, supports the request made by the Irish MEPs in a recent letter to the President of the European Parliament for observer status in the European Parliament for our locally elected political representatives, and agrees to write to the European Parliament to express this Assembly's position with regards to the observer status.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson to move the motion. Point of order, Mr O'Toole.
Speaker, for granting a point of order, and is pursuant to the judgment or the ruling you just gave us in relation to the petition of concern. Could you advise, first of all, what import a petition of concern has on what is a non-binding private member's motion? Further to that, even if the petition of concern were successful after the cooling-off period, could you confirm that it would not negative a previous motion, almost verbatim, moved by the official opposition some months ago, which was not the subject of a petition of concern by any party? So I wonder if you could provide clarity on those 2 points.
The petition of concern will apply only to the motion that is before us. For today, the petition of concern is a valid petition of concern that can be presented. I've explained the new rules, because we haven't had one in about 10 years. I've explained the new rules that apply, and that is that there's to be a period of 14 days before it can be reconfirmed, and after that reconfirmation, then we can organise to have a vote on it. If it's not reconfirmed, then it will be a simple majority vote. Sorry. The Business Committee is allowed up to 1 hour 30 minutes for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose, 10 minutes to wind, and as amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshall List, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for debate. Please open the motion on the debate, Ms Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This motion today speaks to the very heart of our unique position within the north of Ireland as a region which remains in the EU single market, where over 1/3 of our people retain European citizenship as Irish passport holders, and where this birthright is enshrined through our peace agreement. This motion before us today seeks to once again address the democratic deficit that Brexit created by giving us a stronger voice in Europe. No one has anything to fear from that. Almost a decade ago now, the majority of our citizens voted to remain within the European Union, recognising the significant social and economic benefits of our island as a whole. Benefits included, but not limited to, receiving significant funding towards peace and regional development, the enablement of free movement and educational opportunities for workers and students, the protection of international human rights agreements and unfettered trade, to name a few. Whilst Britain ignored our democratic mandate, our Derry-based MEP at the time, Martina Anderson, got to work carrying out a dedicated campaign alongside the wider All-Ireland Sinn Féin MEP team. This campaign fought to secure key commitments in respect of no diminution of hard-won rights and protections, as outlined within the Good Friday Agreement. The calls from the Sinn Féin team in the wake of Brexit was for EU observer status for elected representatives from the North, something which the majority of Irish MEPs have now endorsed, and something which I believe that this Assembly would also endorse. Notably, as of 2022, over 1/3 of this region's population has an Irish passport and therefore Irish and European citizenship. This birthright is protected within the Good Friday Agreement, an international treaty registered with the United Nations. Its provisions are binding under international law. Article 3 of the Treaty on the European Union confirms that the European Union shall contribute to the protection of its citizens. I want to clearly make the case here today that offering observer status to our locally elected representatives will assist in upholding this duty and to protecting our peace process. EU observer status enables a formal but limited form of voice and participation in Europe, including attendance at plenary sessions and strengthened lines of communication. It is a practical and constructive step that we can take to strengthen our voice on the European stage, I am confident that the public see this DUP petition of concern for what it is. It is a political stunt which, like their Brexit position, is not representative of the views of the majority of the people here in the north and on this island who oppose Brexit and want us to return to the EU. Only two weeks ago, the DUP members bemoaned the fact that there is a democratic deficit and a lack of representation for people here in relation to Brexit and trading arrangements. It's therefore, in my opinion, hypocritical for DUP members to attempt to block this motion and a cause which is to practically increase representation and give our communities greater representation. As a Derry-based MLA, I am only too aware on the continued impacts of Brexit, particularly felt in border constituencies like my own, by students, workers and the wider community. This includes the continued risk for so many voluntary and community sector jobs and life-saving projects, which, without adequate replacement funding for that lost from Europe, will disappear, leaving our families, our people and our communities, they're the ones that will suffer. To give one example of this ridiculous implications of Brexit, some of our councillors recently met with the North West Academy of English, who have always hosted European students in Derry, operating through the Erasmus. Due to ETA regulations, they now have to stay in Donegal, limiting tourism potential and cultural enrichment for Derry City. For context, if an MEP were to try to meet the North West Academy School of English, which is based in Derry, they wouldn't be able to meet its students. Additionally, we have vital projects funded by the European Peace Plus funding, including the Cooperation and Working Together cross-border partnership between health and social care, whom I met last week, and they are set up to improve all Ireland health outcomes, yet concerns exist about its continuity post-2028. Derry, Donegal and other border counties have benefited enormously from this fund and has quite literally transformed communities across the region. So yes, whilst we know that in the event of Irish reunification, automatic re-entry into the European Union is guaranteed, in the interim, we have a duty to enhance all Ireland mobility, provide businesses and workers with stability, provide trade continuity and mitigate against the very worst excesses of Britain's failed agenda on Ireland and its people, including risks to health outcomes and vital support services for some of our most vulnerable of our people. Additionally, we support the call for the opening of the EU Commission office in Belfast. This official local presence will help support our recognised unique position, offering an enhanced communication channel and better support for people and small businesses which have been left bewildered. I will finish with this. We were dragged out of Europe against our wishes, and nothing has come from Brexit for our economy and our people. There are huge opportunities ahead to continue building momentum for a stronger and fairer Ireland and to realise our full potential as an island and a people. In the interim, in recognition of our unique position presently as a region, the fulfilment of observer status is a reasonable, sensible and practical step forward. Thank you.
I call Matthew O'Toole to move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So moved.
You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak to this motion, which we are enthusiastically in agreement with. We are so much in agreement with it that we preempted it by 6 months by putting down basically the same motion 6 months ago, albeit with the update that a letter which I strongly welcome, and Sinn Féin MEPs have been part of that, calling for observer status, and we obviously have engaged with our Irish MEP counterparts on that. I won't hold it because I know we're not supposed to brandish props, but in front of me I have a paper which we produced a year ago called Our European Future, which the SDLP set out in detail our vision for our European future in the short term, meaning how we do things like achieve European Parliament observer status in order to improve some of the questions and dilemmas people have raised about our post-Brexit arrangements, but also to build for a European future back inside the European Union. Now, to be clear, even for those who are not in favour of us rejoining the European Union via a new Ireland, they should, because they have said repeatedly, be in favour of us addressing some of the issues in relation to democratic deficit which have arisen as a result of us being bound by a corpus of EU law in relation to the single market for goods and a couple of other discrete areas. So one does not guarantee the other, but we are clear that our vision is for a new Ireland back inside the European Union. We are also clear that the only way for Northern Ireland to rejoin the European Union is via a new Ireland. That is because we have the unique right of automatic re-entry. It's also because British politics looks strikingly unlikely, infinitesimally unlikely, to move in the direction of full-blown rejoining the European Union. Even if, and I hope it does, there is progress towards greater alignment, membership of the single market and the customs union, though I think even that currently looks unlikely. So, having moved almost an identical motion myself 6 months ago, I'm more than happy to be supporting this one. And obviously we're very keen that, flattery is the sincerest form, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so delighted to be debating this today. I am, however, slightly surprised at the DUP pulling this stunt today about a petition of concern on a non-binding motion, when they didn't do any of that 6 months ago when it came to our motion. So, even if this petition of concern is successful after a cooling-off period, not only will it have no effect, because this is giving an indication of the Assembly's will, even if it's successful, it doesn't matter, because the Assembly already voted for this 6 months ago, and you didn't put down a petition of concern. This is about two things. One, I'm happy to have Sinn Féin imitate our policy. It's been happening for years. We're flattered by it. But that's grand, and we're all on the same page on that. But in relation to the DUP, what absurdity to be putting down a petition of concern, not only on a non-binding motion, but on a non-binding motion which, yes, has already given the will of the Assembly. Whether you like it or not, a majority of the members of this Assembly have supported the thrust of this motion already. And I will give way in 1 minute to the Education Minister. And further to that, the majority of the people of Northern Ireland voted for us to remain. I'll come back to that point because it's germane to our amendment, but I'll give way.
Well, I'm not obviously intervening as Education Minister, hence I'm on these benches for the purpose of this. He makes a valid point and question around 6 months ago on the motion that they had brought forward. Just for the record, obviously the DUP do not have in our own gift the ability to table a petition of concern. I welcome those within the Ulster Unionist Party and the TUV who joined with the DUP in securing this petition of concern. And Principal Deputy Speaker, the member has talked a lot about majoritarianism. The member ought to know we operate on consensus, and nationalists need to realise, along with the Alliance, it's cross-community is the way forward, and that won't be to the exclusion of unionists in this House.
Thank you.
Sorry. Could I just advise members that if they are taking interventions, that it's up to them when they decide the intervention's ended, and when members are asking for interventions, they need to be short. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that was not a short intervention. The Education Minister, clearly nothing's happening in the Northern Ireland education system. He can afford to come in here and debate our European motion. That's fine. Since I'll respond, because I actually believe in responding to debates. 2 points from the Education Minister. He said this place proceeds on consensus. It does proceed on the basis of us having inclusive, pluralist government respect for one another. It doesn't proceed on the basis that our constitutional future is decided by cross-community consensus, because that wouldn't work, because right now we're still a part of the UK. I don't consent to that because I want a new Ireland. That's not how the Good Friday Agreement, or indeed the St Andrews Agreement, works. So that's a factual fallacy that sort of pro-Brexit politicians have constantly pushed. Now, to come back to the point, a majority of people in Northern Ireland supported us, the UK, that is, remaining, and Northern Ireland remaining part of the EU. We were dragged out against our will. That's why I won't go through all that history. That's why I'm a politician here. I'm sure the DUP are delighted by that. I don't think our best future is in the UK as it's currently constituted. I think it's back in a new Ireland inside the EU, and I will relentlessly make that case. In relation to Northern Ireland in the here and now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, there are, as Ciara Ferguson said, a number of specific reasons why Northern Ireland does deserve and should have EU observer status. Number one is the fact that we are distinct, and this came out in our European Future paper, we are distinct inside the EU. We are, first of all, people by dint of birthright, even before Brexit, before the protocol and the awful Windsor framework, and all that stuff that the members opposite hate so much, we had automatic right of citizenship in this part of Ireland. Automatic right of citizenship, I should say, in fact, in this part of the UK, because it's the only part of the UK where people by birthright have EU citizenship. That's number one, why we're distinct. Number two, and this is another point which is consistently made by DUP members opposite, we are bound by EU law in relation, and they keep telling us about how we're bound by EU law and how awful that is, specifically in relation to goods. Well, I don't think it's awful, but I do think, by all means, we need the opportunity to scrutinise, lobby, test. What better could we have than observer status? Well, I think what better we could have is full-blown EU membership via New Ireland. They don't want to go there. They don't want to go there. That's fair enough. That's their position. But EU observer status in the EU Parliament would at least give us the opportunity, whether it's in relation to members across the chamber, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, say, oh, it's servile, as if we want to be in the service of the EU. These are the same people who last week moaned and groaned about everything the UK government was doing to them. The awful British government that forces this awful budget on us. Isn't it terrible? But we have to stay inside the UK as it's currently constituted. It's the worst thing in the world to even talk about leaving the UK. They're silent now because it's awful for me to aspire to rejoin the EU, where a united Ireland would have exactly the same vote at the European Council as every other EU member state. But we have to stay in the UK as it's currently constituted, where we in this chamber can huff and puff about how much we hate the UK budget, but do very, very little about it. That's their preference, not mine. They can answer for it. Mr. Frew laughs. He laughs because his position is indefensible. But let's go back to the main thrust of the motion today and the amendment. Better representation for Northern Ireland, for farmers, businesses in relation to how EU law affects us. Why not? Why not? Even if you're a unionist, that makes sense. But the final point is we are, and this is something I aspire to, I acknowledge unionists don't, something I aspire to is full membership of the European Union again. We are guaranteed automatic re-entry into the EU after a referendum on New Ireland. That is something that is guaranteed to the people of Northern Ireland. We can take that power into our hands. That is unique. They can't do that in Scotland. They didn't have that power in Ukraine, which has been bombarded by Vladimir Putin, and many of his people want to rejoin the EU. That's not automatic. The only place where it's automatic is right here. So for all those reasons, I think we do have specific rights. But in the and I want to rejoin, I won't give away because your colleague took up so much of the time when he intervened before, so I don't have enough time. But specifically to come back to this point about the here and now, what our amendment does, and I'm very flattered to be debating a very similar motion to one in my own name a few months ago, but what our amendment does is adds something which is really practical in the here and now, which is a European Commission office. Now, what could be wrong with that? I want business groups, farmers and others affected by the consequences of Brexit to be able to say to the European Commission, actually lads, can we engage on how this is being implemented? Can we have a bit of a conversation about this? A European Commission office in Belfast would not jeopardise anybody's constitutional position. It just wouldn't. It would be rational and it would be a protection. The UK government itself, now I know they're not fans of this UK government, they don't seem to be fans of any UK government, which is ironic because they don't want us to be able to leave the UK, but the position of the DUP appears to be that, a point of order, Madam President? No, I won't give away, I'm afraid, because I had to give. If the Education Minister had not been so, had not pushed his luck with so much time, then I would give way to more people. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the best future for Northern Ireland is, in my view, in a new Ireland back inside the EU. The SDLP, as the most consistently pro-European party in this chamber, will keep making that case. I welcome today's motion. We've added to it with our amendment, which seeks to support an EU office in Belfast. I only wish the DUP would finally face up to the consequences of their actions, the consequences of the Brexit they supported, the consequences of everything they have done over the last decade. We are looking for practical solutions to improve things for people in the here and now. That could include EU observer status in the European Parliament and, yes, a European Commission office in Brussels. That's rational, it's modest and it's sensible. In the future, I want us back inside the European Union. There's no reason why we can't have better representation and better accountability in the here and now. So I support both the motion and commend our amendment to the Assembly.
Thank you. I call Johnson Buckley.
Speaker, and today's motion is but yet another attempt to rewrite the Brexit referendum. And it's like Christmas has come early for the European Union, because it's a present that's wrapped in sparkling Sinn Féin wrapping paper, because it's through the lens of a united Ireland. It's through the lens of majoritarianism. Now, it comes no surprise that the Alliance are falling in behind that type of proposal. They've been on record as being just that over many votes in this Assembly. I mean, for the Leader of the Opposition, Mr O'Toole, his approach is reminiscent of the spoilt, crying toddler on Christmas evening who's lost their Christmas present to the cousin. That's the approach. He has moaned and groaned this entire debate because other people have the same opinion as him. But guess what, Principal Deputy Speaker? There is no unionist that will sign this motion today in support, not when you brought it, not when Sinn Féin bring it today. And that goes to the very heart of why the petition of concern has been tabled today. We want to talk about democratic deficit. This was a term that was alien to the benches opposite from the very genesis of the Brexit negotiations. They didn't want to admit a problem existed. They wanted hard and radical forms of protocols that would damage our business, destroy industry. Rigorous implementation has been mentioned. That is the approach that they adopted time and time again. But yet now, the white rabbit has come out of the hat. Observer status MEPs would sort it all out. Well, Sinn Féin's quite used to being observers when it comes to parliamentary debate. I mean, observer status is something that comes quite naturally to them. They're MPs. In fact, an observer status MEP would have more legitimacy than their current MPs at Westminster.
The member gave way.
I will.
I think the member for giving way. Is it not a bit rich for Sinn Féin to bring a motion like this, which is divisive, which is couched in majoritism, whenever they do not even take their own seats in Westminster?
The member makes a valid point, because let's get real with this. This motion is about misrepresenting the views in Northern Ireland. Yes, some constituencies in Northern Ireland voted to remain. Yes, some voted to leave. That was part of the democratic vote. For people to try to rewrite it here time and time again goes further to undermine trust in these institutions and indeed in democracy right across the United Kingdom. I have not heard a single time in which the members on the benches opposite have been prepared to acknowledge the huge hurt that the Windsor Framework and other agreements have caused our business. We import some £16 billion worth of goods from GB. Full customs codes applied, courtesy of the Alliance Party, SDLP and Sinn Féin. We import £7 billion from the EU, but yet we're hammered with bureaucracy because of the arrangements that you have tried to impose upon the people of Northern Ireland. Observer status MEPs have no right to vote, therefore no right to influence the vote. And if you're so keen to talk about it, when 300 areas of law came before this Assembly, 6 hours debate, the vast majority of you didn't even speak. But yet you come here to howl in the wind about observer status MEPs. Utter hypocrisy. Now, the DUP have tabled this petition of concern for very legitimate reasons. There is a serious attempt via this motion to misrepresent the views of this House, just like they've been misrepresented by the EU whenever they discarded cross-community voting in this place to serve their own agenda. It's happening again. So therefore, the right to table this motion, this petition of concern, which will stop this vote, and I pay tribute to both UUP members and the TUV member who signed this petition of concern, because it is important that we ensure that those institutions that are foreign to this one understand that there is no democratic legitimacy to the arrangements that they have put in place, whereby it has no support from a single elected unionist in this place. It's entirely legitimate to use such a mechanism, and we will ensure that the voice of unionism is represented. I want to see the issues resolved. I want to see democratic deficit reduced. The place to do it is by votes in this place. But Mr O'Toole had no care, no concern whenever over 300 areas of law went through. He spoke for a petty couple of 10 minutes on an issue of 300 areas of law, but yet wants to throw his toys out of the pram because Sinn Féin stole his motion today. Utter hypocrisy. Businesses know exactly that Mr O'Toole is all about sound bites. He's all about trying to throw around his EU credentials. Mr O'Toole was at the heart of the Downing Street team whenever these things were being talked about. Oh, he's been very, very quiet about his time there. I mean...
excuse me, could you get back to the substance of the motion,
absolutely,
please?
I will, Madam Deputy
Yes.
Speaker. But it is rich from the SDLP. Yes. But we have seen it again and again. The Nationalist Front of the Alliance Party, propped up by the SDLP and Sinn Féin, bringing motions that do not bear out reality, and we will vote against.
Time's up. Time's up. I just want to give members a wee warning. When I say time's up, time is up. Okay? It's just courtesy. Yeah. Yeah, good courtesy. It's also courtesy when you're talking to talk to the chair. Talk through the chair and not to point to other members. So I'm just reminding everyone of that. Yes, okay, much appreciated. And I don't need you to agree. I'm just telling you how it is. Okay, Stuart Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker, maybe we'll try and calm things down from the foot stomping, screaming and shouting that we've just had. The Alliance Party will be supporting this motion today. But before anything else, it might be clear about what this motion is about and what it's not about. This isn't a constitutional matter. Nothing in it alters the principle of consent or our status within the United Kingdom. What is before us today is how Northern Ireland secures a level of listening and input into processes that already shape parts of our economy by being able to simply observe. That's not a threat to anyone's identity. It's all about good governance. And it really does beg the question why the DUP and their colleagues in the UUP want a petition of concern on something that is just as easy as our ability to observe. Our economy, our supply chains and regulatory environment remain closely connected to the EU's single market. This was the practical outcome of Brexit and the arrangements which required to protect the unique circumstances of this region. The Windsor Framework and the Withdrawal Agreement are how those issues are managed on a day-to-day reality. We have an executive office in Brussels. I'm not hearing any calls to have it closed at the same time as refusal to have a EU office here in Belfast. Those evolving arrangements have created a democratic deficit whereby we continue to be affected by EU law but no longer have a say in the institutions where that law is shaped. We're not on that commission and our voice is not heard in the committees which make consequential decisions. We no longer elect members to the European Parliament. And the idea of observer status in the European Parliament speaks to a very real desire for Northern Ireland to be seen and heard within the EU's democratic institutions. We need our listening ear and want our perspective in the room. And that's why the Alliance Party supports this motion and the amendment. Until we return to the EU, and that's something that I'm passionate about and I believe that we will do one day, it is important that we continue to have this engagement. Observer status is far short of where I and the Alliance Party want to be in Europe. We are proud Europeans. Today's motion is about what might be possible and focuses on what could actually make progress for us right now. Let us look at the reality. Observer status is actually only reserved for countries in the accession process and has never been offered to a region or a third country. Creating a unique category for Northern Ireland would set a precedent for others with far closer ties to the EU. There is no intention or indication that the European Parliament is considering such a move, and even if it changed, it would almost certainly require the UK Government initiation and agreement from the European Parliament. However, that doesn't mean that we should stop aspiring to have those close ties. It simply means that we should put energy into trying to push open a door that is currently closed. If we are serious about addressing the democratic deficit, we need to walk through those doors that are already open to us and work to widen them. One of those doors is the EU-UK Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, the PPA. It not only is the formal forum where MPs, Lords and MEPs meet to scrutinise how post-Brexit relationship is functioning. Now, I want to get through. Northern Ireland already has observer status there, which is a useful starting point. But there's a catch. The PPA is only permitted to discuss trade and cooperation agreements. Yet so much of what matters to us in the Windsor framework and the practicalities of trade regulation and market access fall under the auspices of the separate withdrawal agreement. So therefore it makes little sense to keep these issues in separate silos. In fact, Principal Deputy Speaker, in 2021 the European Parliament itself suggested that the PPA should oversee both agreements. So let's push for that. Let's get the Windsor framework properly on the PPA's agenda. That would give us a regular, structured opportunity to raise concerns directly with MEPs at the stage when influence is still possible. There are other practical steps which we can also take. So finally, Principal Deputy Speaker, the people that we represent deserve politics that engage seriously with the world as it is. They deserve influence, clarity and a seat at the table
Time's
where
up.
it counts.
Thank you. I call Steve Aiken.
Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party will be opposing this unconstitutional motion and its amendment, the reasons for which I shall now outline. There is no doubt that the decision by all the people of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union was one that had far-ranging and highly disruptive consequences, not only here but across Europe. The predictions of slower growth, loss of global influence, undermining of our existing treaties and potential large-scale impact on Northern Ireland, and our unique position laid out by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that our party, the only unionist party made, in our case, to remain, has been borne out. Indeed, we are on record that it was our wish was that the United Kingdom should have stayed and given leadership to Europe as we all face the multiple challenges of Putin's war in Europe, the growth of China and an increasingly disengaged United States. We all know that rather being the best of both worlds, the UK-USA tariff agreement, EU single market, UK internal market, only the most myopic can see that we are suffering from the worst of at least two out of these three worlds. No. The unattainable chimera of EU observer status won't change that. We already have a report before us from Lord Murphy that makes clear we need to beef up our capacity, including giving more staff to the Northern Ireland office in Brussels and within our departments and in the Assembly. The Ulster Unionist Party made these recommendations on page 16 of his report. If we act upon these, we will at least improve awareness and be able to try and intervene earlier. But this motion calls for applying for accession state observer status to the EU, because some bizarrely believe a united Ireland within the next few years is even credible or possible, and that is precisely what this motion implies. We as a party, however, do welcome moves by our government to develop ever closer relationships with the European Union, not because we believe we're heading back into the full EU membership. That isn't going to happen, but primarily to deal with the absurdity of the self-imposed Irish Sea border. A border that increasingly on the back of those who would rather rigorously implement decisions that most other EU nations privately ignore is now morphing into a trade, regulation, SPS, digital, and this ridiculous idea of digital ID cards comes to the fruition, identity borders. But this motion doesn't seek to address these issues. The motion is a farcical attempt about undermining the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and a Sinn Féin attempt to further the United Ireland agenda. As the Connolly House drafters know full well, the EU is very, very legalistic. The European Union parliamentary observer status is only granted to accession states. The rules are clearly laid out in Article 13 of the EU Parliament's Rules of Procedure. The Irish MPs have made a particularly clumsy attempt to have the EU follow on behind in recognising that the constitutional settlement of the United Kingdom should be changed. It will come as no surprise that in a calculation made in Brussels between keeping the most capable military power in Europe engaged in European security or throwing a bonio to the biggest freeloaders and tax evaders in the continent, it's not going to happen. This motion amendment is therefore a farce. We won't be supporting it in any way, and neither should any party that believes in our peace settlement laid out in 1998. Unconstitutional majoritarianism Stunts will achieve absolutely nothing. Not here, not in London, and definitely not in Brussels. No, I've just finished my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call Padraig Talargy.
Last Cancolia. Cancolia, the majority of people in the North voted to remain in the European Union. That democratic choice was overturned, and our communities have been living with the consequences ever since. The loss of EU programmes, reduced study and work opportunities, and weakened international links have had a real and a lasting impact on an entire generation who see themselves as European and who want the same freedoms as their peers across the continent. This is about young people who have lost their Erasmus, and while there has been an alternative put in place, we are continuing to punish all generations for a decision that the majority of people in the North voted against. Restoring access to study, to work, to cultural exchange and mobility across Europe must be a priority. Our young people deserve nothing less. Despite these challenges, our economy has shown resilience. The Windsor Framework has protected our unique dual market access. Businesses here retain the ability to trade freely with both the EU and with Britain, an advantage that no other region enjoys. This access is drawing investment, it's supporting jobs, and it's giving firms confidence about the future. If we look at NISRA figures from 2023, we can see that sales between the North and Britain rose by 12.4%. Similarly, purchases between the North and Britain rose by 16.2%. In that time, cross-border trade, when we look back as far as 2001, was at 1.9 billion, and it was still at a similar number in 2015. However, that has grown dramatically since these regulations have been put in place. Within 22, it was valued at over £7 billion per year. The evidence is clear. The Windsor Framework is helping our businesses to grow, protecting our jobs and strengthening our economy. Businesses tell us that they want certainty and that they want their businesses to grow using both markets. Highlighted at the Economy Committee this week, Invest and I were very clear that having dual market access leads to higher exports, more jobs and more skills. They also highlighted that there are companies here who will continue to work hard under the current system and won't celebrate that success because this has been politicised by some. We all want our economy to grow. We want opportunities for businesses to develop and for our skilled workforce to expand. That should be a priority for everyone in this chamber. As the European Parliament considers establishing an observer mechanism for the North, this is an important moment. It recognises that we did not choose Brexit, that we had it imposed on us. It acknowledges our unique position, and it gives locally elected representatives a direct voice on decisions that affect our economy, our rights and our young people's futures. Our message is clear. Ireland belongs in Europe, and we should not be disadvantaged because of decisions made in London that have been forced upon us. Our businesses thrive through European access. Our young people need European opportunities, and we will continue working for a future where those connections are strengthened and are fully restored.
Thank you. I now call David Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion is not harmless, as has been not only articulated by my colleague Mr Buckley, but also Mr Aiken, and also from the benches opposite in the previous speech. It wishes to strike at the very foundation of Northern Ireland's constitutional position. The Belfast and St Andrews agreements were crystal clear on issues of this magnitude. Cross-community consent is essential. Yet today, those opposite would have those safeguards again cast aside. Why? Because Sinn Féin and the SDLP and the Alliance Party know that they cannot achieve consensus on this issue, so they seek to now impose their will by simple majority. Not at the moment, thank you. Unionists were lectured during the Brexit process about protecting the agreement in all its parts, every jot and tittle, we were told. But here we are again, faced with a proposal that seeks to trample on those very principles. Indeed, while working in the European Parliament myself, I heard not only the Sinn Féin members, but members from other nations wax lyrical about the deified Good Friday Agreement, many of whom I'm quite sure had never set eyes on much of it, much less all its parts. Some had quite expansive and fantastical ideas about what it said. But this is not about political engagement. This is a Sinn Féin ploy, a stepping stone, as has been outlined, to their wish to break up the United Kingdom. If passed, this motion would send a letter to Brussels claiming that this Assembly supports observer status, despite the fierce opposition from all on the Unionist benches. It will have no legitimacy from this place today. Brussels will not have the opportunity afforded to them against the principles of the Good Friday Agreement to ignore and ride roughshod over the concerns of the Unionist population of Northern Ireland, as they did when the protocol was imposed with the acquiescing of the UK government of the day. Today, the Democratic Unionist Party has rightly, along with other Unionist colleagues, had no hesitation in using the petition of concern to ensure that Unionist voices will not be silenced or misrepresented. What, after all, does observer status offer? No vote, no influence, no power. It does nothing to fix the democratic deficit created by the protocol. Instead, it tries to signal Northern Ireland's willingness to join the EU, a message that they hope that Brussels would seize upon to entrench the flawed arrangements that have already damaged our economy. We are still banning threats to veterinary medicine supplies, restrictions on car dealers registering UK-approved vehicles. These are the real consequences of surrendering control. In many ways, perhaps having the privileges of partial membership, as has been outlined by my colleague, without the responsibilities or costs would suit Sinn Féin well. Isn't that the arrangement that they have at Westminster? Free to travel and live the London lifestyle without any of the responsibility in terms of work of the House of Commons, without any voice for those who they represent. Perhaps the plan is that John Finucane could add EU observer to the jobs that he has but does not do, while continuing in his legal career.
So to know the member who rails against all of these things in his speech, nevertheless, is quite happy to sit on the reference group of the Committee of the Regions representing this Assembly, which is the only listening ear that we currently have.
The member has an extra minute.
I can assure him I would not be giving up a seat for it to be filled by Europhiles on the other side of this House. So yes, we will listen intently, but we will respect the vote of the United Kingdom. I know the member would like to reduce the referendum to one at a more local level, but perhaps he would look at how East Antrim voted in that referendum. I'll give the SDLP their dues. They have at least been consistent in their Europhile positioning. Sinn Féin, we know, have flip-flopped on the issue. But even now, the relatively newfound passion and enthusiasm for fighting for the sovereignty of fighting from freedom of sovereignty from the existing union, so they can hand power to Brussels. They criticise the Irish government for being not neutral enough. So they want to speak about European values. They want to be part of the European system, but they don't want Ireland to contribute in any way to the defence of those values, to the defence of those people. And we see that the Sinn Féin position, it seems, is no different now than it was in the 1940s. You know, we're all right, Jack. You pay for our defence whilst we sit on the edge of Europe. But you want to continue to take the benefits of that system whilst the UK does stand with those in Ukraine that was referenced earlier by my colleague to ensure that those defences are maintained for those across Europe. The protocol was imposed over the heads of the people of Northern Ireland without their support of a single Unionist representative. Checks from the border in the IRC undermining our economy and our constitutional integrity. Today's motion would compound that harm by further eroding the principle of consent, the cornerstone of our settlement that they championed when it suited and at national behest. Some claim that this will give voice. Give a voice. The truth: Northern Ireland has already had negligible influence over EU laws. Engagement has been tokenistic, communicative, and not participatory. Goods regulations will still be dictated in Brussels without UK input. And the SLP's answer is not to take back control over our own laws, but is for an EU office in Belfast. For what? So that we can come to that office to beg after the fact, after those regulations have been imposed upon our businesses.
Time's up.
Thank
you, David. I now call on Tennyson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and as a passionately pro-European Party, Alliance will be supporting this motion to secure observer status for Northern Ireland in the European Parliament and indeed for a European Commission office in Belfast. And what this debate has highlighted is that despite having campaigned for Brexit 10 years ago, the DUP still aren't able to name one single solitary benefit of leaving the European Union. And you cannot come to this chamber, Deputy Principal Speaker, and having campaigned for Brexit and then try and pin all of the inevitable consequences on the Windsor Framework. It is the political equivalent of driving your car into a brick wall and then blaming the airbag for your broken nose. The DUP were warned pre-referendum that Brexit would inevitably mean increased friction and barriers. It would impact the UK's ability to influence the European Union, to make rules and to contribute on matters of peace and security, poverty, migration and the global economy. And that, Principal Deputy Speaker, is exactly what has happened. So despite not causing this mess, Alliance has consistently came to this chamber and other forums with practical and pragmatic solutions that would address the situation in the best interest of people in Northern Ireland. And we do believe that by having observer status, we would be able to influence EU law upstream, which has an impact in Northern Ireland. I will briefly.
Forgiving way. Would he suggest that his position, his party's position of rigorous implementation of the protocol was in the best interest of the people of Northern Ireland?
The members an extra minute.
It was through faithful implementation that we were able to actually then secure trust and confidence to secure many of the changes which followed in the Windsor Framework. We're not in the business, unlike the member, of championing breaches of international law. Mr Buckley said in his contribution that this debate was about rewriting the Brexit referendum and misrepresenting the views of this House. Of course, Principal Deputy Speaker, that is exactly what the DUP did when they held the balance of power at Westminster between 2017 and 2019, when it was only the voices of the DUP being heard in the room. So they are the architects of their own misfortune in all of that. In respect of Mr Brooks' comments, you cannot claim there must be cross-community support for how we Brexit, but not cross-community support for whether we Brexit in the first place. You can't have this both ways, and this principle needs to be applied consistently and fairly. But more than that, Northern Ireland has evolved and changed since 1998. There is no majority and minority in this House. We are all minorities, those who are unionist, those who are nationalist, and those of us on these benches who do not designate as either nationalist or unionist. And our voters deserve better than to be treated as second-class citizens. The deployment of a petition of concern on this vote is a shameful perversion of democracy and an abuse of process. And the members complained in their press statement prior to this debate of a rigged debate. There is no clearer a rigging of a debate than the deployment of a petition of concern, because now nobody's votes matters, except for the DUPs who wish to govern by diktat. No, I won't give way. And I would say gently to the members, we have seen where this has led in the past, where in previous mandates the petition of concern was deployed and abused to deprive LGBTQ+ people their rights, to prevent members in this House from being held to account and to derail bread and butter politics, and that directly led to a breakdown in relationships and a collapse in these institutions. That is simply not good enough, and no one should be playing fast and loose with the operation of these institutions. And I would also say gently to the members, there was an awful lot of sneering and laughing during the debate. This isn't a game. This isn't debate club. We are here to work together in a spirit of respect and cooperation to deliver for the people who elected us, not to come here every day and knock lumps out of one another and trade insults across the chamber. That kind of politics of distraction, fear and division is what has upended these institutions in the past, and the people we represent, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, frankly deserve better.
Thank you, Owen. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I mean, I am a little bit surprised. The last speaker with the criticism of, I assume, people over here and student politics and sneering. And very often I watch across the Alliance bench and he is laughing at some of the speakers that we have over here, and he is angry, and he can be angry if he wants, but Anyway, Principal Deputy Speaker, my colleagues have covered a range of points. I have no intention of going over those again, but the United Kingdom has a democratic mandate, contrary to what the motion suggests, to remain outside the European Union, and therefore there is no need or requirement for observer status. In fact, EU observer status in the European Parliament would bring with it no right to vote. It would do nothing to address the democratic deficit that we have with the protocol or the deprivation of local elected representatives in terms of making laws. I've said it before in this place, many countries of Europe are incredible. They have very interesting cultures, many of which I love, and I've very much enjoyed going and travelling to many of them. But it is not a dichotomy to value European countries and culture and yet be wholly opposed to an economic lock-in with them. The motion suggests that we would be best served rejoining the EU. It's the same nirvana that was suggested by many in this chamber. If only the Assembly was back up and running, then everything would be great. All our problems would be solved. And I remember watching, and I certainly wasn't in the Assembly, I wasn't elected at that time, but many of the people who spoke today going to gates at Hillsborough saying, if only we get this place back up, all our problems will be solved. But we all knew then, and I certainly did, that that was never going to be the case. It was never going to be the nirvana that people actually said it was going to be. And telling the electorate that, or in the context of this motion, that somehow rejoining the EU would solve all our problems, in my view, is simply dishonest. It's also worth looking at some of the economics underlying this premise, particularly the economic performance of some big EU countries. Data released last week from the OECD states that UK GDP growth outstripped Eurozone countries in Q1 of 2025. It's particularly noticeable that we will continue to grow faster than Germany through all 3 quarters of 2025. I will to the Member of the Opposition.
Member for giving way, and I'll be brief in the spirit of debate. He points out the UK is outperforming some Eurozone countries. That's true. Would he also acknowledge that Northern Ireland is outperforming the UK, despite what his party would deem to be the imposition of the appalling sea border?
The member has an extra minute.
That's very kind. I always welcome the Leader of the Opposition's comments. I mean, look, a lot of that's about diversion, and we've heard some of the diversionary arguments here. There is trade going down south that we would like to see going to GB and back from GB, and that's just a consequence of the operation of the protocol. Germany, of course, is the economic powerhouse of the EU, and yet it is suffering and struggling financially. In fact, France has stagnated all the way through 2025 and is struggling still. Data from the World Bank this year confirms that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is the 6th largest economy in the world and is the only Eurozone and is the only country ahead of is the country ahead of all other Eurozone countries with the exception of Germany. So why would we want to leave the strength of the United Kingdom for United Ireland, or, for that matter, to rejoin the EU? Moving on to the letter which spawned this private member's motion. I think it did. There's been some debate on the other side of the House exactly who's responsible for this motion or whose idea it was. I'm not going to get into that. But I did check who signed the letter, and one of them was a lady called Lynn Boylan, who's a Sinn Féin MEP. Many in this chamber will not have heard of this lady, but she was in the news very recently for one particular reason. She abstained from a resolution on Ukraine in the European Parliament, which called on EU support for Ukraine after 3 years of Russia's war and aggression and a proposal for a 30-day ceasefire, an expectation of Russia to agree for it and to cease all attacks on Ukraine. Ms Boylan couldn't even support it. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do not believe it is in our best interests to rejoin the EU. I also note in their letter to President Metulsa that the MEPs who signed the letter even admitted that the granting of observer status would in fact, and I'll quote directly here, require a request from the UK government. So to be honest, I'm not even sure why this motion refers to writing to the EU Parliament, unless the policy wonks on the other benches have got it so badly wrong at the drafting stage. Regardless, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I will not be supporting this motion. Neither will my party. I have all of 10 seconds, and you can have the last 10 seconds.
I appreciate the member giving way. I find the complete lack of self-awareness from the DUP almost comical. Your colleague Jonathan Buckley said in his contribution that the way to demonstrate the will of the people was through votes in this House, in this place, yet you're misusing the petition of concern to actually block a vote in this place. What are you afraid of?
Time's up. Time. Yeah, I think we all gather that. Thank you, Peter. John Burrows.
Deputy Principal Speaker, I oppose the motion. It is divisive and negative. It fails to learn the lessons of Brexit or our past, and indeed it wastes time dealing with matters that we do not have authority over. Frankly, if we're building something in Northern Ireland, it shouldn't be an office for bureaucrats in Belfast. It should be homes for young people who are short of homes in Northern Ireland. This shows where our focus is entirely in the wrong thing. Brexit was divisive and negative. And I say that as a lifelong Eurosceptic. It was an organisation that was committed to ever closer union. It wasn't very democratic. It was tenured to reform. David Cameron tried to strike a deal, got nowhere. But the Ulster Unionist Party, to their credit, before I was in it, thought through the implications of Brexit, thought with their head, not their heart, realised that it was going to be particularly difficult for Northern Ireland as it came to pass. So I credit my colleagues before I came into the party for that. I do want to say that majoritarianism is very worrying. There is a signal being sent by many in nationalism and now Alliance that majoritarianism suits when they are in the majority. Otherwise, we have to exercise cross-community consent. I'm not going to give way. I will towards the end. I think it was Ms Ferguson who said people in Northern Ireland did not endorse Brexit, but people in Northern Ireland haven't supported this particular stunt. This is a constitutional change. Yet it has no support from the people of Northern Ireland, only the arrogance to think that we in this chamber can make a decision which is constitutional and which rests squarely with the people of the United Kingdom as a whole. And it is a constitutional issue. But let me just deal with this. Frankly, for MEPs to write to the President of the European Parliament to say that we should have observer status is very little different from me writing to Catherine Connolly and saying, "Dear President, I think Ireland should join NATO, or they should join the Commonwealth." And I tell you what, the people who have sometimes more sense in the Dáil wouldn't waste their time debating it. They would realise they've actually more important things to do, like build our infrastructure for the young people who are watching from Friends School Lisburn, if I recognise the uniform. Yes, briefly.
Giving way, and he talks about issues that are more important. At the moment, we're impending upon a cliff edge for veterinary medicines and pet medicines because of the obstinance of the European Union. Would that not be an issue that we should be talking about today, rather than fantasy school politics?
Yeah. Well, I'll come back to that in a moment.
Extra minute.
Thank you. I'll come back to that in a moment. And this is a motion that is about supporting a united Ireland. And I think the Alliance Party have fallen into a trap. Now, I don't want to paint them green, white and gold. They never got over me painting them yellow on Facebook. I have committed that I'll not paint any of their faces again. But that is a trap that we've been set into. Let me deal with the democratic deficit. I'll tell you the biggest democratic deficit in Northern Ireland. Thank you. The biggest democratic deficit is for the people in 8 out of 19 constituencies in Northern Ireland, represented by Sinn Féin MPs, who don't go to Westminster. All right for the ones who voted for Sinn Féin, but not the rest of the electorate, who only get one choice of MP. And here's the thing, what could they be doing at Westminster? Making a contribution to the assisted dying bill, lobbying about the family farm tax? What are they making representations about veterinary medicines? Or, like our party, is putting amendments down to the legacy bill, the Troubles bill, that actually means those who committed sexual crimes in the name of the IRA can actually be investigated by the Legacy Commission.
Mr. Burrows, sorry, I really don't mean to interrupt your flow. Can you return to the substantive? Yeah, no, I know where you're going, but it's not relevant to the motion. Thank you.
So for all of those reasons, and it seems we failed to learn the lessons of our past and of Brexit, what we should be doing in this place is joining together and saying, what can we agree on that we can actually lobby for change to the invidious and iniquitous Irish Sea border? What issues can we come to consensus with as a body to go and make those representations? But we don't. This is a divisive stunt. It's party politicking by a party that wants to cause endless problems in Northern Ireland. And actually, when we deal with the economic issues, what we should be doing is actually welcoming investment like the Bank of America investment, but we don't. So look, this is the realities. Alliance have made a mistake here. They followed a trap set by Sinn Féin. We in the Ulster Unionist Party have thought with our heads, not our hearts, throughout this, and this is a dangerous and unconstitutional motion, and we're right to oppose it forthright.
Thank you. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, we've heard a great deal today about democratic deficits and observer status in Brussels. We've also heard the Republican Alliance and Nationalist Alliance in this House once again falling over themselves to show which party can stand up and say, I'm the biggest Europhile. My goodness, we even got a Christmas card from the SDLP this morning with their list of priorities on it. So Matthew, I think you take the prize today for being the biggest Europhile, the SDLP, outdoing the Alliance very, very marginally on that basis. But when we strip away all of that, we need to remind ourselves of the simple democratic reality. In 2016, the people of the United Kingdom were asked a straightforward question. Should the UK leave the European Union? The answer back from the British people was equally straightforward. Yes, leave. The democratic decision should have been honoured. It should have been implemented in full, and it should have restored sovereignty of this nation. Happy to give way, Mr Dixon. Let me hear you.
Thanks very much. Just interested to know whether you and your party believed the lies that were printed on the side of the bus.
You have an extra minute.
Here we have the Alliance Party, and because of yourselves, Sinn Féin and the Alliance, you were able to come together to cook up the fudge of the protocol and the Windsor framework. So when any business has any problems in Northern Ireland, blame these three. They were the chief makers, the pushers, the movers and the shakers. So what we have here today is an arrangement that leaves Northern Ireland governed by laws we do not make, we cannot change, and are interpreted by a foreign court. So if we want to talk about democratic deficit, why not start there? But that doesn't suit the narrative of the Nationalist and Republican Alliance. The idea that the solution to Northern Ireland's problems and to the democratic deficit is somehow more EU involvement, more EU buildings, or more EU observer roles is frankly nonsense. The deficit comes from the EU's continued grip in Northern Ireland. You do not remedy that by allowing the EU to tighten that grip even further. Then we turn to the SDLP and their proposal to support the establishment of a European Commission office in Belfast. Sounds very official. So let's be clear to the SDLP. Northern Ireland doesn't need an EU Commission office. Northern Ireland needs full restoration to our place within the United Kingdom. What is an EU office in Belfast supposed to achieve? Is it to normalise EU oversight of laws we do not make? Is it to entrench a system where Northern Ireland is treated differently from the rest of the country and the union that we belong to? After all the talk about democratic deficit, I remind the House that when the Assembly was asked to vote on the continuation of the protocol, what did it do? The very arrangement which means that we have no say in vast swathes of our economic economic laws which govern us. What did they do? They didn't want to know. So the people that we have today supporting this motion were the very people that supported the motion supporting the protocol. You can't complain about democratic deficits and support the very arrangements which led to our colonial status. And why did they do that? Some claim it was to protect the secret Belfast Agreement, yet it was their protocol which destroys the basis for that agreement. The Belfast Agreement states that Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom until the people of Northern Ireland say otherwise. If that promise means anything, it means that I have the same rights as anyone else in the UK to take part in national referendums and have the result respected. The agreement says that no significant or controversial decision can be taken without buy-in by both communities. So we have the petition of concern. That's good. Let's work together for unionism. But I would say to the DUP and Sinn Féin, my goodness, the DUP brought this place back on the basis of the dodgy Donaldson deal. For that, you will pay the price. And to the SDLP and the Alliance, all your cuddly relationship is doing is pushing you down, 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 down in the polls, sitting behind TUV in the polls. Let that sink in. So while you're cuddling up to Sinn Féin as part of your pan-nationalist, nationalist and Republican alliance, whatever you want to tell yourself, come 2027, the people in this country will cast their views on everything that has taken place for the restoration of Stormont. Those that gave away their principles to become implementers will have to face the electorate, but also will the Alliance Party and SDLP for how you've cuddled up to Sinn Féin over the last number of years.
Okay, our next speaker to wind on the amendment is Sinead McLaughlin. And Sinead, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking the proposers of the motion for bringing back the SDLP's former proposal to the Assembly. It's really good, and I want to thank Timothy Gaston for giving us, the SDLP, the prize as the most European party here. It's almost as good, and it's almost as sincere, and it's almost as heartwarming as FIFA's Peace Prize to Trump at the weekend. As many contributors to this debate has said, we cannot ignore the simple truth: Brexit has not delivered what people were promised. And to the DUP and your petition of concern, it's just a farce. There is no cross-community consent for Brexit. There was none. It wasn't on the agenda. And also, cross-community consent is not required for the constitutional status of this place.
Would the member give way on that point?
Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. Would she also agree with me that there are different methods of measuring cross-community support, i.e. weighted majority vote, and in fact there was cross-community support for Remain in 2016?
The member's an extra minute.
Thank you. I agree, Owen. It's just weed out here whenever they just want to put wage issues into this place and create bad politics and a bad environment. It has held back, Brexit has held back our economic growth, has caused real pressures for businesses and affected social and political cohesion, both here and across these islands. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, has said in a recent podcast that it was self-evident that Brexit has damaged the British economy. And he's right, because it's what the evidence does tell us. According to information collated by Best for Britain, the cost to the UK economy is now estimated at £240 billion. An estimated 1.8 million jobs have been lost in the UK. And households are paying over £250 more a year for food as a direct result of Brexit-related pressures. We cannot plan for the future unless we are honest about where we are. But today's debate is not about running old arguments. Well, I suppose it precisely is about running old arguments, because this is like copy, cut and paste from previous pointless debates that take place in this Assembly. However, what we should be prioritising is to limit the damage and create better opportunities for people here. The majority on this island voted to remain in the European Union. They deserve a serious, practical route back towards closer partnerships with our largest trading partner. We are already seeing that the UK Government takes steps in that direction, small steps, but steps nonetheless. The recent UK and EU agreement on an area including trade, fishing, defence shows a recognition that cooperation works. The expectation that the UK will rejoin Erasmus, for example, is hugely positive for our students, our universities and our local industries. Northern Ireland should not be left behind as this relationship improves, and that is why the SDLP is consistently proposing ways that we can rebuild our European links. Observer status in the European Parliament, the central idea of this motion was set out in our European Future paper. And it has now gained strong international support. Just last month, 13 Irish MEPs, an Italian MP, wrote to the President of the European Parliament arguing that Northern Ireland representatives should be granted observer status. There is nothing to fear from that. That is a significant endorsement, and it reflects the unique position that we are currently in. But we truly want to support businesses, and the party opposite often says this: strengthen democracy and maximise the benefits of dual markets access, then observer status alone is not enough. That is why the SDLP amendment calls for the establishment of an EU Commission office right here in Belfast. To put it plainly, it makes no sense that we do not already have one. Every week, businesses tell us the same thing. They are trying to navigate the Windsor framework. They want to trade confidently, but they don't know where to go to get reliable guidance. And, Mr Buckley, I totally refute your assertion that we don't raise issues in relation to barriers for the economy. I have raised it in the committee, and you are in the committee with me. So don't play that game with me. You'll go nowhere with it. Okay? No, I won't. I raise it regularly on behalf of my constituents. I raise it regularly with my constituents. I have been in contact with the Northern Ireland Chamber. I've been in contact with FSB, and I would give clarity, improve communications and act as a point of support for traders who simply want to get on with their work. And it was something many businesses were pushing for during Lord Murphy's review of the Windsor framework. Unfortunately, it was seen as politically unacceptable.
Sinead, your time's up. Sorry, I was just getting a lecture from Mr Buckley and standing orders there in the middle of all that. Yeah. No, time's up. Apologies about that. Yes, point of order.
Is it in order for a member to reference directly another member across the chamber rather than engage in a debate through you? Because I think Mr Buckley needs to cool his jets.
So I think a lot of members in this chamber need to cool their jets but I also think the lack of courtesy from certain members, at least they're consistent, and I would ask them just to reflect on that. So I'm now going to move on to the wind on the substantive motion, and I am calling Declan Kearney, and Declan, I'm advising you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, there is one thing that every party in this Assembly agrees upon, and that is that Brexit has left us all with a democratic deficit. The difference, of course, is how that democratic deficit is defined and then addressed. So some carp about this deficit without facing up to realities, still refusing
they themselves bought them and us all a pig in a poke. Then there's the rest of us, the representatives elected to this place who represent the majority of citizens in the North who voted against Brexit. And the POC attempt introduced by unionism overshadows the DUP approach, of course, to this debate. So let me briefly deal with the fake news narrative that this is somehow a constitutional stalking horse. It's divisive to say that, it's inflammatory to say that, because the constitutional future of this place will be addressed and resolved under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement. That is a settled matter. This is a case, alas, Fríomh Concordia, of back to the future. Back to the future, the abuse and the misuse of POCs to subvert democracy. And unionism does appear to be resolved to undermining the democracy of these institutions with, you could say, negative politics in one hand and the misuse of a POC in the other. Yes.
And does he agree with me, like I said previously, that it is disgraceful for the DUP to talk about votes in this place while using the petition of concern, a mechanism designed to protect minority rights, to actually block a vote in this place, a vote that would give voice to people's views? That's democracy. Why are you afraid of it?
Well, I would go further. This is a subversion of democracy. It's a classic case of cutting your nose off to spite your face. Why would you not look for increased access and maximum engagement with the European Union and with the British government in relation to how we navigate the post-Brexit realities? What I would say is, by contrast, there have been reasoned contributions introduced to this debate from others, and they are predicated upon the logic of maximising democratic engagement with the European Commission. And in my remarks, I'm going to touch on the importance of how that can be expanded upon. Brexit has been an economic, political and social disaster for citizens and businesses here, and also in Britain. Since its imposition, Sinn Féin, other parties here, the Irish government and the EU have sought to mitigate its worst impacts. And now the mechanisms exist to do just that through the Protocol and the Windsor Framework. So while our regional economy is showing growth because of dual market access available under the Windsor Framework, our voice is silenced in the European institutions because Brexit removed our ability to input directly to those decisions. And unsurprisingly, British governments have been focused on the democratic deficit, which their approach has actually provoked. They have failed to address how that can be best addressed. But the good news is this: the damage caused by right-wing Tory and DUP recklessness doesn't have to be a permanent condition for people here in the North. Practical and pragmatic approaches are available to us. And I agree with many of our local businesses, and also with the Murphy Review report, that a one-stop shop mechanism to simplify administrative processes would indeed be an advantage to us. And the British government needs to listen and take on board the need for those reforms. With regard to maximising our input to EU processes, a decision to confer observer status representation for the North at the European Parliament and the opening of a European Commission office in Belfast would be good starting points. Maximising our democratic input to the post-Brexit systems, for which both the British government and the EU are responsible, makes sense. And the fact is that Brexit has now swept away all of the constitutional, political and economic assumptions about this place. But the north of the island also enjoys distinct advantages from other regions which have been directly harmed by Brexit. In 2017, as other colleagues have commented, the European Council stated that in the event of Irish reunification, the entire territory of Ireland would become part of the European Union. So we in the North have an automatic legal route to rejoining the EU via constitutional change and a referendum on a new Ireland. The reunification of our island is no longer just an aspiration, it is a viable project. And it should be pursued in earnest by both the British and the Irish governments. Irish unity has become the defining issue of our generations, and the case for constitutional change is being made across this entire island and further afield by people from all walks of life. It's time that both the British and the Irish governments began to plan and prepare for the constitutional change which is allowed for under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement. And the Dublin Government should do so with the appointment of a Minister of State for Reunification, the immediate publication of a Green Paper on constitutional change, and the convening of a Citizens' Assembly on our constitutional future. In a moment, the British Government should set a date for a unity referendum before the end of this decade. The EU played a strategically important role in helping to develop and consolidate our peace process through political, diplomatic, economic and financial support. And 27 years after our peace settlement, I believe it's now time for us to open up the next phase of the peace process based upon national reconciliation and reunification. Yes.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. The first part of his contribution, he told us all that this is not about constitutional change. He then went on to talk a lot about constitutional change. So which is it? Does this motion, provided by Sinn Féin, a tool for constitutional change?
Did you read the motion? You did. Did you understand the motion? Because it appears that characteristically, the pantomime season hasn't just yet begun, okay? It will start, but we're not going to start it here today, so thanks for your intervention. The proposals advanced in this motion will help to address the current democratic deficit for how we navigate the new post-Brexit trading realities. And at the same time, they will create pragmatic interim arrangements to facilitate a smooth reintegration of the North within the European Union and in the context of constitutional change and Irish unity. So, supporting this motion is not about the fake news narrative being purported from others on the other side of this House. It is, in fact, it's about pragmatically addressing the practical realities and challenges which we face in the immediate term, in the here and the now, and also how we can sensibly prepare for the new democratic transformations and opportunities that lie ahead in the future, instead of, as some would prefer, to stick their heads in the sand.
Okay, the next item of business on the order of paper is question time. I therefore propose to put the question on the amendment after question time and by leave of the Assembly to suspend until the sitting until 2 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Okay, members. Sitting is resumed. Questions to the First and Deputy First Minister. And I call Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, question 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Executive Office is committed to ensuring the Equality Commission has the resources required to fulfil its statutory responsibilities, including under evolving equality standards. The Commission is currently allocated £4.7 million resource and capital budget from the Executive Office for the financial year 2025-26. We also engage regularly with the Commission, including through quarterly partnership meetings and attendance at their Audit and Risk Assurance Committee. This engagement helps to align resources with responsibilities and supports the identification of emerging needs. As an arm's-length body of the Executive Office, the Commission participates in the required forecasting and monitoring budgetary processes.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Deputy First Minister for that answer. Earlier this year, the Equality Commission published a research paper entitled Funding for Equality Groups in Northern Ireland, the Impact of the Transition from EU Funding to UK Shared Prosperity Fund. I want to ask the Deputy First Minister what recommendations from this research have the Department considered and which, if any, are they taking forward?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his supplementary question. Of course, we want to be able to ensure funding and adequate funding for community groups. Our community groups across all areas, including in the equality space, working with older people, younger people, those with disabilities and many more, that they are properly funded, and I think importantly that they know well in advance what funding that they're getting for the incoming year. There's no doubt that the 3-year budget will hopefully help with that process, but there is a particular issue, as the member is no doubt aware, in relation to the Shared Prosperity Fund and the ending of that fund into the Local Growth Fund. This is an issue that I have been corresponding and speaking directly to the Finance Minister. I've been working with a number of groups right throughout Northern Ireland who are very concerned about that transition. So we are actively looking at options at the moment to support those groups. It is really unacceptable that we as an executive has had very late notice of what is to replace that in terms of the Local Growth Fund, but also the impact that that is having on the employees in those organisations that are still in a position of uncertainty.
All Killian.
Cion Collier, and I thank the First Minister for her Deputy First Minister for her response. Can she confirm, though, that the budget that she read out won't impact on the Equality Commission's budgets in terms of them doing their work, particularly for vulnerable groups around equality, inclusion and indeed respect?
Minister.
Okay, thank you. I thank the member for a supplementary question. Of course, when we speak to groups, including our arm's-length bodies, they can always do more with more. There's no doubt about that. And indeed, we have to make the very difficult decisions to try to balance that with the budget that we are allocated. In this case, I have no doubt that the Equality Commission would want to do more and could do more if they had a bigger budget. But they do have a sizeable budget of almost £5 million. In this case, that is very much for the Commission itself. The groups on the ground are funded through a range of different departments, agencies, councils, etc. So, of course, we always want to work in a collaborative way to try to ensure, insofar as possible, that those groups get sufficient funding and, as I've said, sufficient notice as to what funding that they're getting, and hopefully this 3-year budget process will really help with that.
Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the Equality Commission, is there any assessment done of actually what they spend their budget on, particularly in some of the legal cases that they've taken more recently?
Sure.
Well, thank you. I thank the member for his question. Of course, there is that operational independence from the Executive Office. So there is, of course, concern with many out there in terms of the prioritisation of that commission. We've seen just this week the launching of further action in relation to the Supreme Court judgment on the definition of sex and the biological definition of man and woman. I don't believe that that is a necessary expenditure. They are operationally independent. That is a decision that they can make themselves. However, the question is, should they be making that decision? Should they be prioritising that? I can advise the member that the Commission does have a full-time equivalent cohort of staff of just over 100, and they are carrying significant numbers of vacancies. They're just under 50 staff in place. That is not uncommon across the system at the moment because we are carrying a significant number of vacancies, and part of that is because of the challenges within our budget and trying to ensure efficiency across our system as well.
Mr.
Speaker, does the First Minister agree with me that it's a disgrace that the Equality Commission has enough money to take a Supreme Court action to try to get men into girls' bathrooms? And doesn't that suggest that her department is giving them far too much money, that they can waste it on a futile challenge like this?
Minister.
Thank you. And in line with the previous supplementary, look, at this difficult time of fiscal constraint, people should be looking at what they're doing, and they should be making decisions into what best serves people. I don't believe that this legal action is necessary at all. It is more legal action, more cost, more delay. And on what? I think it is absolutely common sense. Common sense must prevail. I think most people out there find this to be completely bonkers, not because they want to hit on anyone, but because to the vast majority of people it is common sense that the definition of a man or a woman is related to biological sex. But more importantly than that is the reality that there should be and must be safe spaces and female-only spaces, should that be in changing rooms and toilets or places of sanctuary, but also about fairness. And we've seen that play out in terms of fairness in sport. Like, as a woman, I never consented to my rights being diminished in terms of the changing or evolving or attempts to change that definition. And yet what we've seen now is an Equality Commission that is arguing to reset that back to a common sense definition of biological male or female somehow is a diminution of somebody else's rights. That is wrong. It is absolutely bonkers. We need to get back to common sense, and indeed we need to stop wasting money on this type of thing.
Johnny Baker. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Urban Villages Initiative has had a positive impact on communities in Belfast and in Londonderry. In the Cullen area of West Belfast, a total of £12.7 million has been invested, £10.4 million to support 11 capital projects and over £2.3 million in revenue funding. Capital investment has included £5.6 million of transformation of 15 acres of derelict land into a new park, as well as new community centres, a football, a community club, a healthy living centre and a transport hub. Revenue funding has supported 275 events and 575 workshops, engaging more than 24,500 participants. Currently, support being provided by Urban Villages will ensure the sustainability of investment, supporting local community organisations to create a lasting positive legacy for the community. Urban Villages help drive regeneration and community development across the area, providing much needed physical regeneration, creating safer communities and making a positive difference to people's lives.
Mr. Baker.
And I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. And that's a wee part of the world that I live and represent, is the Cullen, and we benefited greatly from Urban Villages, as well as coming into Belfast City Council after decades of neglect when we were under Lisburn. Going forward, Minister, is there an update on Phase 2 of this initiative?
Yes, I thank the member for his supplementary. As the member will be aware, I was very much involved in the creation of Urban Villages. It was the then Junior Minister at the time that represented the area, and I'd engaged with those in the Cullen area, and I felt very strongly that there were significant gaps in terms of service provision. I very passionately supported Cullen's inclusion in a programme that I created and helped develop, and I think that is a commitment to working with communities right across Northern Ireland and all communities in Northern Ireland, and I'm really pleased to see that the hard work of the local community has really contributed to that collaborative design, to those actions being taken and the investment from the Executive Office, which has really transformed the Cullen area, as he is well aware. As we move through to Phase 2 of Urban Villages, I think we should reflect on the huge success of it. It's been a real success in so many different areas. There have been lots of nuances and differences in the various schemes. So the First Minister and myself are actively looking at Phase 2. I think this is absolutely a programme that should roll forward. It has provided so much help and support, and we're looking at areas at the moment to see where we can maximise that type of investment through the Executive Office.
Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and as the Deputy First Minister knows, Urban Villages funding has been allocated in North Belfast to the much-needed replacement of Sunningdale Community Centre. There have been issues with securing planning permission, but can the Deputy First Minister advise on her commitment to seeing delivery of this much-needed project?
Thank you. I want to thank the member for his hard work and for the community. And I know both of our North Belfast representatives have been heavily involved in the North Belfast Urban Village schemes. I know this because I do get lobbied on a very active basis on their behalf to ensure that these do move forward. And in relation to the particular the Urban Village project that he is referring to, look, there's absolute commitment from the Executive Office to the Sunningdale project. I know there's been difficulties through the planning system, but we remain absolutely committed to that. We will be working with the local community to try to navigate those changes and, importantly, to ensure that we deliver the outcome, which is a community facility and community services for the Sunningdale community.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I very much welcomed the announcement earlier this year that the School of Music in Donegal Pass was going to be included in the Urban Village programme there. Can you please give an update on the Arts Creative Hub and whether there have been any collaborative arrangements put in place with other arts groups? Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the member for her supplementary. I was really pleased to see those additional projects come through, not least the tunnel project, which has been on the go, certainly way back, even from my involvement in South Belfast and before that. But also the fact that we were able to get some of those additional projects, including the Westlands Community Centre. I met with Westlands maybe 10 years ago, and a community that really needed that service. Really pleased to see the inclusion of that by that political commitment to it, but also looking at the flexibility within the scheme. On the School of Music, really pleased to see that as well. There's been a number of Urban Village projects there, which again demonstrates that delivery, everything from the play parks to re-imaging to the exciting project at the police station. So the School of Music coming on board, I think, is a really welcome development. She's absolutely right. We are working with the local community groups to look at collaboration, because what we want is to make sure that it's not just the local community that benefits from that, but indeed that other organisations are able to come in and to really complement and to supplement that arts offering within that local community, a community that is really rich in terms of its history, its heritage, and of course its diversity as well.
Alma Holland. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware that many of our communities continue to be impacted by paramilitarism and drugs, including in rural and semi-rural areas. Communities in Transition, which is part of the Executive Programme on Paramilitarism and Organised Crime, deliver support across 8 designated areas identified as those most likely to be impacted by paramilitarism and organised crime, with a key focus on paramilitarism and drugs. Although North Antrim is not formally included in CIT, it is part of our planned interventions programme, which funds community activity to engage those young people most at risk of entering the youth justice system and are at risk of paramilitary recruitment. By providing positive alternatives for young people, the programme mitigates the impacts of antisocial behaviour can have, particularly in relation to community tensions.
Ms Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Deputy First Minister. I really appreciate that. I think there is a real fear of hidden harm, especially in rural and semi-rural communities. So I'm just wondering, is there any, you've talked a little bit about the interventions, plan interventions, is there any chance of evaluating whether an extension to what is already out there between urban villages and the communities in transition, that they won't leave these rural and semi-rural communities behind?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank the member for an important question, because it is something that's very close to my heart as well, because very often some of the challenges that communities are facing that can be hidden because of the location, should that be in a rural location or perhaps in cities and towns where they are surrounded by relative wealth and other issues. That is why I've been really supportive over the years of looking at schemes that can be nuanced enough to be able to pick that up, because the reality is, if you've got a need, it doesn't matter where that need is, where you are living, but actually your ability to access services can be very, very different if you're living in a rural area or an area which does not score under neighbourhood renewal or others. This is something that we have asked in the department to be picked up. It's something Urban Villages is actually very good to pick up. But we're very conscious that the rural aspect, the clue in the name of Urban Villages is that it wasn't rural, and we do want to extend that out and to look at how can we take that learning, which is about going in and co-designing a series of interventions which is designed to increase community resilience, designed to increase community social capital, designed to ensure that all communities are able to engage
in that enduring cross-community work with confidence, that we can spread that out outside of urban areas and into those rural areas as well. The Planned Interventions Programme, we're trying to integrate more flexibility. I think very much in the aftermath is what happened in the summer and the previous summer. We need to be able to have programmes that can come in really, really quickly and work with young people. The idea of a long application process where it's 6 months or 12 months before you find out the outcome isn't fit for purpose. So we are very actively looking at that, and we want to work with all communities to make sure it's fit for purpose.
Sharon.
Minister, you'll know that Communities in Transition as a programme made significant contributions in building communities that were equipped to deal with paramilitarism and organised crime. As such, can you set out how the Communities in Transition programmes are currently being delivered to achieve that outcome?
Thank you. A huge amount of investment under this programme, £29 million invested right across those 8 CIT areas. The real focus of this has been around tackling some of those root causes that can create that vulnerability of people being dragged into antisocial behaviour, into paramilitarism or into crime. So we are looking at that community resilience, we are looking at prevention, we are looking at supporting in terms of addiction and mental health. We are looking at trying to provide those better opportunities with ambition for those young people living within those communities. I think there's been a huge amount of success in it. I think, yes, a frustration that it has been limited to some geographical locations, but there's lots of really good practice that I think we can roll out. One of the issues I'm very passionate about is making sure that we get better collaboration. If something works in a particular scheme, let's take that and look at expanding that and mainstreaming it within other interventions that we have. We need that better collaboration and cooperation, and there's so much to work with here because there's been really, really good practice here.
Stephen Dunn.
What assessment has the Deputy First Minister made of Communities in Transition in specifically tackling paramilitary coercive control in communities right across Northern Ireland?
Thank you. It can be very difficult with projects like this to really drill down, because an awful lot of what you're trying to do is to stop things from happening. You're trying to stop young people from being dragged into antisocial behaviour. You're trying to stop young people from being pulled into paramilitary organisations and criminal gangs. You're trying to provide better opportunities and better outcomes for young people. So it can be very difficult to look at some of those outcomes. But I'm really pleased to say that from the beginning of this programme, it's not just this programme alone, of course, there's communities working together across so many different interventions. But since the beginning of this programme, we've seen a 60% reduction in paramilitary style attacks. We've 70% reduction in number of households reporting homelessness due to paramilitary intimidation. The number of convictions for paramilitary-related and criminal gang-related offences has increased sevenfold from the beginning of this programme. I do believe that that is evidence that this is working, but we should stand very clearly together to say, look, criminal gangs, paramilitarism, absolutely wrong. No place for that within our society. They need to go away. They should never have been there in the first place. And I really support all kinds of interventions such as this to help support communities to be resilient against those types of organisations.
Trevor Clark.
Question number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Executive Office received one item of correspondence regarding the event at Belfast City Hall on the 19th of October 2024, which was an invitation dated 9th of September 2024, forwarded by Junior Minister Aisling Riley from her constituency office to the Minister's mailbox.
Mr. Clark.
Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for that question? During urgent questions last week, the First Minister or the Vice President, I'm not sure which she was on the day, had went to pains to say about the invitation. Can you confirm or otherwise whether there was an invitation for others to join, or was there tickets for other people to join that event as well?
Thank you. As it can be common from time to time, when we receive invitations into our constituency offices, we will forward those on to the department to ask for that to be considered as a ministerial invitation. Understandably, for people out and about, they don't necessarily make that difference between your constituency office email and the departmental account. In this case, Junior Minister Riley had received an invitation, I think with 4 other Sinn Féin MLAs copied into that, offering 5 tickets to this event. That was what was forwarded to the department, where Junior Minister Riley had requested to attend that event as Junior Minister. So I can only assume, and I don't know because the Junior Minister didn't attend that event as Junior Minister. It wasn't accepted as a Junior Minister event, and therefore she attended it in our constituency capacity.
Paul Sheehan.
The First Minister has indicated that she has signed off on a letter to the committee dealing with misinformation around this particular issue. Can the Deputy First Minister explain the reason for the delay in this letter issuing?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The letter is currently under consideration, but the letter will say what I've just said to this House. The Junior Minister and 4 other Sinn Féin MLAs received an invitation to this event. The Junior Minister wanted to go as Junior Minister. It wasn't agreed for her to attend in that capacity. The letter clearly offered 5 tickets to Sinn Féin members, whether those were named members in that email or whether they went to other people. But I want to be very, very clear. The events of that night were disgraceful. There were plenty of people there, including, it would appear, a number of Sinn Féin MLAs and other people. And while it is absolutely right to say that people have a right under the law not to cooperate with a police investigation, not to incriminate themselves, not to cooperate with whatever investigations are happening, it is not the right thing to do not to cooperate with those. And I would appeal to Sinn Féin members who were at that, and clearly they were at that event. What did they see when they were there? To come forward and cooperate with all investigations and to come and tell the truth about what happened and what was an appalling and looks like a sectarian attack that happened with that event that night.
Club Rep.
Number 5.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The North Belfast Strategic Good Relations Programme is managed by the Community Relations Council and delivered as part of the T-Buck strategy. In 2024-25, 40 projects were delivered, engaging approximately 14,000 people, with local solutions being provided to local issues. The programme has been independently reviewed, most recently in 2022, and was found to be successful in meeting its intended aims. It is also considered as part of it is currently being considered as part of the T-Buck review, and we are currently working on officials with the development of a refreshed approach to good relations, including how to meet the ongoing needs of North Belfast.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for that update. Can the Deputy First Minister confirm that the fresh look at this scheme will now take into consideration the geographical changes that have happened in North Belfast since the first introduction of this scheme, and that those groups that currently benefit from that funding are representative of the entire community and not just one section of the North Belfast community?
Okay, thank you. I thank the member for his question. I also thank him for being a relentless champion for the groups in North Belfast and ensuring that these issues remain actively discussed and on the table. I am pleased to say that, just in this financial year, there are over 120 different funding awards to North Belfast, totalling somewhere around £2.6 million. That's a significant amount of support going in. But you're absolutely right. This was a scheme that was developed some considerable time ago, and I think it's fair to say that a number of those groups historically that benefited from this scheme no longer are part of that scheme, just for a range of reasons, and that has meant that there isn't a fair and equitable distribution of that funding in North Belfast, nor is it accurately and relevantly getting to the places where it needs to get to. So this is a scheme that does need to be reviewed. It certainly would need to be revised with more coming into that, but we're also looking at that in the context of the T-Buck review to see how best we can support the communities he champions in North Belfast.
Willa McAllister.
For her answer so far. Minister, do you agree that taking a fresh look at the good relations strategy in North Belfast should also include the reasons that keep communities apart? There's some fantastic work that goes on in my constituency of North Belfast, but 25 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, we still have a number of peace walls, one in particular that runs through the park. And should peace walls also be part of that initiative, working alongside the Department of Justice and local council in bringing communities together so that we can address the reasons that divide them?
I thank the member for her question. She will be aware that I was heavily involved in the creation of the first T-Buck strategy. I look forward to T-Buck 2, which will be the refreshed and revised strategy. But I think it's also fair to say that the core aspects of that strategy remain as relevant today as they were back whenever we first had launched that. And that is all around that community cohesion, community resilience, but also importantly working with communities. And there was a signature project as part of the first TBUC, which was about the reduction of those barriers between communities. There's been some success of that. It hasn't been as fast-paced as we would have hoped it was. We set very ambitious targets to remove all peace walls, and we worked very closely with her then party colleague David Ford in the Department of Justice and others to try to push departments to do everything that they can to remove those. There's been some really good work done in North Belfast to this end, but I think importantly it is about working with communities. It is about ensuring that communities feel safe and secure, but also that we are not doing things to communities but working with communities to make sure that there is that community consensus as well.
Six.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Module 2 report sets out 19 key recommendations concerning the governance and decision making, which we will now carefully consider. Our priority is to ensure that the Executive can respond swiftly and cohesively in any future emergency, and that the governance arrangement supports collaboration rather than division.
Speaking of collaboration rather than division, Deputy First Minister, the Hallett inquiry, the COVID inquiry, is scathing about the two big parties, particularly the use by your party of cross-community vetoes to block public health measures. You were a special advisor in the TO at that point. Were you involved? Did you support and advocate the use of those cross-community vetoes? Do you stand by them now? And if not, do you agree that that inquiry illustrates the need for fundamental reform of how this place works?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, this is an incredibly important issue, but it's also a very sensitive issue. We have worked with the COVID bereaved, and there's no doubt that the COVID bereaved group very clearly want to see improvements in the way that we handle and deal with these situations. That is a responsibility I take hugely seriously. We have been working through all of those recommendations. We will be going back to the families, and indeed in terms of publishing that report every 6 months, with serious consideration about how we can make meaningful differences. It is not an easy system of government to operate in the best of times, but in challenging circumstances it is particularly difficult because there are 4 parties around that table. I was a special advisor at the time. I recognise how challenging it was, particularly because there was no clear evidence, as highlighted in these reports, to follow. And very often the mantra was follow the evidence, but the evidence wasn't there. Follow the science. The science was very unclear. And in that sense, of course there needs to be discussion, there needs to be challenge, there needs to be an examination. And I'm really pleased to say that we've already taken action on the back of some of those recommendations. For example, the appointment of the CSTA, our Chief Technology and Scientific Advisor, and also, for example, ensuring that we have, by right, a seat around the SAGE table, so that if these things happen again, we are very much integrated within the medical and scientific evidence.
Philip McGuigan. Deputy First Minister, looking ahead, can I ask how the Executive Office structures will apply the lessons from what was an unprecedented global health emergency?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Very recently we have had an exercise across the UK, exercise Operation Pegasus, and that was very much running through to see what improvements had been made around those systems. It was a mock exercise, but taken seriously. There were a number of executive meetings, for example, where we met to consider the evidence as it emerged. There's no doubt at the heart of this must be the right structure, the ability to get advice from the right people in a timely way, and then for us in the executive to ensure that we are asking the right questions, we're taking that advice and we're trying to plot the way forward. Very often, particularly if it's things like pandemics, there will be an evolving nature of that, evolving in terms of both the issue itself, but also the evidence and the scientific issues that come out around that. We want to get it right. We need to get it right if this were to happen again, and that's why we are taking this time at the moment to try to improve those structures, very, very clear decision-making mechanisms, but importantly, getting the right advice in a timely way.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I had intended to actually stand for side.
Deputy First Minister agree with me that the attendance of the First Minister at the funeral of Bobby Story during the period was hugely damaging to public confidence in executive advice through the pandemic?
Minister.
Thank you. And of course, personally speaking, I absolutely agree with the member. I think it sent absolutely the wrong message.
I spoke to many people, and in fact I had friends who lost loved ones during the COVID pandemic, and the fact that they couldn't have a proper funeral, the fact that they couldn't even, at times it was a large family, have all of the family at that funeral, the fact that they were sitting at a funeral and could not be comforted by family members, it was absolutely heartbreaking. And when so many families right across Northern Ireland did not get that closure, that they abided by the rules, it was so offensive for them to see what played out, where hundreds of people turned out, thousands of people turned out. And regardless of, again, of the technicalities of whether it was guidance or whether the people who were setting those rules ought to have abided by those, absolutely, not just in the detail of it, but in the spirit of it. And I think that it really let all of us down. But we need to learn from that and move on. And at the heart of everything we do must be the people that we serve.
Moving on to topical questions. Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy First Minister, Panto season has begun with the Education Minister and the Finance Minister engaging in "oh no, they didn't" over the budget. We, the people of the North, deserve a multi-year budget and have been promised it. But budget dysfunction has been going on, frankly, nearly as long as May McFetridge at the Grand Opera House. The difference is that May is entertaining and, unlike this place, she provides value for money. Deputy First Minister, can you guarantee that there will be a multi-year budget and that your party will not block one?
Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was rather a laboured metaphor, I have to say. Look, this is a serious matter, and we will be dealing with it in a serious way. The exchange of letters between the Finance Minister and the Education Minister outlined very starkly the challenges that we face within our core public services. Health and education in particular have made clear throughout this year the pressure that they are under. This is not new. We know that there are big challenges with that. Until we can get to transformation, we will continue to run inefficient services, costing too much with what we have. So look, these are big issues for the Executive to take on. We must tackle that transformation, we must tackle inefficiency, and we must ensure that the money for our public services is going to those departments and being used in a way that absolutely maximises that. I believe that the Minister for Education is up for that. I believe that the Minister for Health is up for that. But that is an important discussion because, again, at the heart of this is we want excellent public services for the people that we serve.
Mr. O'Toole.
Laboured about holding you to account for what your party does. Today you have failed to give me a commitment on either a multi-year budget or institutional reform, both of which are essential. Your party claims to want to make Northern Ireland work, but your actions suggest anything but. First Minister, Deputy First Minister, in sincerely wishing you and your colleagues a very Merry Christmas, can I warn you, can I say that if a ghost appears before you or your colleagues on Christmas Eve, the ghost of Christmas yet to come, and shows you a vision of a new Ireland, that you reflect on whether your party's actions have helped to hasten that day?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Look, practice that a bit more,
I am absolutely committed to making Northern Ireland work. Yeah. I believe that what we all must do is to work together constructively to drive forward transformation, to drive forward efficiency, and to make sure that we are delivering excellent public services. We have a challenge at the moment within our big departments. That is no laughing matter. It is not a joke. It is a serious matter, and we will be engaging in that in the next number of days, in the next number of weeks, because I am fully supportive of a multi-year budget. There are challenges within that, particularly looking across all of the needs and the demands within each of those departments. But I am given an absolute commitment to work with everyone to try to drive forward the outcomes that we want to see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should probably start by saying I don't have any festive metaphors for this. It's just a simple question. In July, TEO announced that they would reconstitute the Civic Forum, and a commitment was made to bring forward detailed proposals by the end of 2025. It's our final plenary session of 2025 tomorrow, so I'm wondering if you're going to still bring forward those proposals.
Okay, thank you. Thank the member for her question. It is something that we're actively looking at. We've looked at a range of different ideas and proposals as to what a civic forum will look at. The reconstituted civic forum will be smaller.
And the idea behind it is that you're able to bring in people with particular expertise on that particular issue to produce a report. So we are actively looking at the range of issues in line with a number of other developments that we have been trying to push forward within the Executive Office, including the delivery unit. So it's really trying to find that issue that is going to bring added value to the work that's happening perhaps within other departments and in other places, to ensure that it does amount to value for money, but also perhaps bringing a different way of looking at some of these issues. I think that's the value of this, the likes of a civic forum, or bringing people in from the outside, a part disruptor, part different ideas, part a new way and different way of doing things to try to better reach the outcome.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to interpret that as a no to getting those proposals by the end of 2025. To stay with civic engagement, in New Decade, New Approach, there was a commitment to bring one to two issues forward every year for civic engagement, including one citizens' assembly. We're now halfway through that decade. Will TEO deliver a citizens' assembly next year? And will you agree with me that reform of these institutions would be the logical first topic to discuss at the citizens' assembly? Because without these institutions, we can't deliver for any of our people.
Look, I think there's a real tendency in this place, and I have to say, particularly from your member, the party that you're from, your ministers, to try to keep devolving from this place the responsibility for decision making. Should that be to arm's length bodies, new commissions? I don't know how many of them are coming through. Look, I think that is an issue in terms of reform that is rightly should be the discussion of this place, not to be just put out to another body. I would also say to you, we need to be very careful about New Decade, New Approach, because this happens all of the time in this place, where people talk about so-called commitments within that. I would ask everybody to look very carefully at that document. There were a number of annexes and attachments to those documents which indicated that these issues could be considered by the Assembly, but they were not political agreements across the parties in this Assembly. We have no plans to have a citizens' assembly.
Donnelly.
Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for answers so far. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister why the Executive has still not agreed an international relations strategy, particularly at a time when this should have been done many, many years before?
Okay, thank you. As indicated to this House before, look, international relations is not a devolved issue, but of course we engage internationally, and that's why our international relations strategy will outline and incorporate a whole range of work that we do, both in terms of Invest NI and trade discussions, in terms of the use of soft diplomacy, which is very much what we do around St Patrick's Day, but also in terms of incoming visits to Northern Ireland from a whole range of different delegations. I think all of the aspects of that are very clear. It's what we're doing at the moment. But he will also be aware that there's been a number of significant global issues that have been happening, and therefore we've asked the international relations team to consider that fully, particularly in terms of, for example, tariffs and how we engage in relation to that, the evolving nature of the UK-EU discussions around the substantive trade deal. So there are a number of moving parts to our relationships internationally, and we wanted to make sure that what we come out with is fit for purpose and takes into account not just the way we've done things in the past, but those evolving challenges as well, as we've seen them over the course of the last 12 months.
Mr. Donnelly.
Without extending the seasonal metaphors, that sounds like Christmas fudge. With the Economy Minister currently in China, does the Deputy First Minister accept that these overseas engagements are happening in the absence of an executive agreed framework, and that the lack of strategy is potentially damaging to Northern Ireland at a time when clarity and agreement on handling issues such as human rights are urgently needed?
Thank you. No, I don't think it impacts on that at all. I don't think it takes a strategy for people to know that they need to go out and champion Northern Ireland and to champion our businesses and to try to attract inward investment. We have a strategic direction set with Invest NI for that. We have a strategic direction in terms of our offices and where those are. But of course, I am supportive of bringing forward a revised and refreshed international relations strategy, which will bring in all of those particular threads. But on the particular point of human rights, I would highlight that we have raised the human rights issue when we met with the Chinese, Michelle, the First Minister, and myself, but also that I have asked to take a look at what a human rights framework would look like in terms of the approach to international engagement, particularly in terms of our Chinese office.
Dylan.
Good can call you and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. Deputy First Minister, observer status in the EU would help us to strengthen relations in Europe. It would also, where concerns arise around post-Brexit trade and realities, we would be able to raise these with MEPs in the Commission. Therefore, does the Deputy First Minister accept that the use of the petition of concern mechanism, a mechanism that was indeed intended to protect minorities, is entirely inappropriate in respect of a motion from this House calling for increased democratic representation through observer status in the European Parliament?
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. The mechanisms as set down by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement as amended by St Andrews recognise that in this place there are significant sections within each community represented both in the executive and in this place. In fact, it was her party and nationalist parties that pushed so hard to ensure that there were minority vetoes and consensus in terms of the various voting blocks within this place. It is now the case where every time that there is a majority, or there's a feeling that there may be a slight majority in relation to a particular issue, no matter how divisive that may be, that should just simply prevail. That is not the way that these mechanisms work. And we've seen that play out at City Hall, we've seen that play out in this place. There is no consensus on that issue. And from the point of view of a power-sharing executive, in a place where we are all here by consensus and we agreed on the terms of that executive formation and the Assembly restoration, we need to be very, very clear that where there is no community consensus, this is the mechanism to very clearly demonstrate where there is no community consensus. And on this issue, there is no community consensus.
Mrs Dillon.
It is to protect minority rights, and there was consensus from the people in the North that they did not want to be removed from the European Union, just to be clear. So would you now accept that Brexit and everything that has resulted from it has been an economic and political disaster which is supported by a shrinking minority in Britain, in the North and indeed in this Assembly, and the people of the North voted to remain within Europe?
Thank you. There was not consensus on the issue in Northern Ireland. There was a majority that voted in Northern Ireland, but there was also a majority that voted across the United Kingdom to leave. The Belfast Good Friday Agreement accepted at the very heart of it that Northern Ireland would remain in its entirety as part of the United Kingdom until such point that the people of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland separately voted otherwise. That is something your party has accepted. Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, by democratic referendum, voted to leave the European Union. And regardless, in my view, regardless of your view of that decision, that is a democratic decision that ought to, of course, be abided by the UK government. It is not about the constituent parts of that and how they voted. The UK as a whole voted to leave, and the UK as a whole, of course, ought to have abided by that referendum and have left.
Mr Bradley is not in his place. So call on to Ellen.
Further to the motion passed in this House on the 4th of November in relation to our Armed Forces community, can I ask the Deputy First Minister what steps the Executive Office have taken to implement the outworkings of the Armed Forces Act 2021, in particular the Military Covenant?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. As you will know, this is something that is very close to my heart. I do believe that our veterans have not been treated in the way that they ought to have been treated and respected. I think there are needs there just as much, if not more so, of course, in Northern Ireland than any other part of this United Kingdom. We have contributed significantly more per head of the population to our armed forces, and of course in terms of the troubles here in Northern Ireland, we've had many, many people impacted by that. Under the pensions disablement scheme, we're getting many people coming forward suffering from a range of mental health issues, but also importantly post-traumatic stress disorder. And again, that is something that is very clear when you listen to people, that was not treated in the way it ought to have been treated at that time. There are significant leads out there with our armed forces community, and we need to be doing more to support them. I'm really pleased to say under the armed forces legislation there are particular obligations in relation to education, in relation to health, and in relation, of course, to local councils as well. So that is something that we are examining within each of the departments to try to push forward. But of course, I do believe very firmly that the Northern Ireland Executive should fully adopt the Armed Forces Covenant, and we should be stepping up and supporting those who did so much, like yourself, to defend and to serve.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Speaker, and can I declare an interest as a military veteran myself and thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Deputy First Minister, are there any further steps that can be taken by the Executive Office to oversee that governance and accountability to make sure that where disadvantage does arise, that it is tackled and addressed head on?
Thank you. Unfortunately, there isn't political agreement in the Executive Office, and there hasn't been because Sinn Féin do take a particular approach to this issue. I would appeal to Sinn Féin ministers in the Executive to overcome their prejudice against our armed forces community, to recognise that there are objective needs there. We very often hear from Sinn Féin benches that this should be based on objective need. There are objective needs in our armed forces community, and regardless of what they politically think of our armed forces, they should overcome that to make sure that those needs are being met. I would like the Executive to agree the Armed Forces Covenant. When we talk about a minority and majority, I believe there is a majority in that Executive to support an Armed Forces Covenant being fully applied across all of our departments. But in the meantime, individual departments such as the Department of Health, the Department of Communities and Department of Education can drive forward what they can do to really help and support those who did so much to defend and to protect all of us here in Northern Ireland and indeed the UK and our armed forces.
Thank you. If members take their ease for a moment, just while we get the ministers changed. We now move to questions to the Minister for Communities. Question 2 has been withdrawn. I call on Alan.
Question number 1.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 financial years, my department has implemented the following policies to tackle fuel poverty and reduce the impact of rising energy costs. The COVID-19 Heating Payment Scheme, which was established in 2021 as part of the COVID-19 response to assist households to offset additional heating costs incurred during the pandemic so that they would not create an added burden or anxiety. The Energy Payment Support Scheme, which was implemented in 2022. The Cost of Living Support Payments, which commenced in 22-23 and extended into 23-24. And in October 2024, I secured £17 million in executive funding, enabling a one-off £100 payment during winter 24-25 for pensioners affected by changes to the winter fuel payment scheme. Alongside this, over the past 5 years, my department has continued to deliver cold weather payments, discretionary support schemes, the NIHE oil buying networks, the NIHE Energy Savings Advice Line, the Affordable Warm Scheme and winter fuel payments.
Well, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Communities Minister for his answer. In the context of the question, Minister, where it refers to tackling fuel poverty, could you perhaps elaborate on what analysis the Department has done in relation to those initiatives as to how it has drove down fuel poverty?
Well, I don't have that analysis to hand. However, I will be presenting to the Executive before the end of this month the new fuel poverty strategy. And the point of that strategy is to make sure we have in place measures that are actually going to make a difference. For me, I'm very clear. We need to make sure that we are targeting people with interventions that are going to make a difference, not just for one winter, but year after year after year. And we do that by making sure there are improvements that are made to homes, to heating systems. Those have the longer term impact. Those are better value for money, and that's what I'm determined to deliver.
Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer and his commitment to addressing the issue of fuel poverty. Minister, do you have any plans to increase the funding for the Affordable Warmth Scheme?
Yes, because this is one of the most effective ways to use our money, whether that's in terms of boilers or insulation or other issues that can have benefit year on year, as I've just outlined in the previous answer. I committed an opening budget of £7.5 million to the Affordable Warmth Scheme this year, covering 5% of committed approvals from the previous year and £2.5 million for new approvals this year. As always, I requested additional funding for the Affordable Warmth Scheme in the monitoring rounds. However, these bids were not met. For that reason, I have committed a further £1.5 million to the scheme this year for new approvals, and this will be found from within my own department's budget.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, we are awaiting the much much looked forward to fuel poverty strategy, but can I ask you, have you made adequate application in the multi-year budget to fund innovative measures that will be coming forward in the fuel poverty strategy?
I'm happy to confirm to the member I will be making significant bids to the executive around the fuel poverty strategy. I want this to be ambitious, I want it to be transformational, and I believe that this is a good investment. We have been very good in recent years at handing people funding in order to help them with their energy bills. That only helps for 1 year. I want to do something that is much more long term, that has recurring benefit every year without that recurring cost. And I think this is one of the best ways in which we can use our money, one of the best ways that we can tackle poverty, because so much poverty in Northern Ireland can be attributed to fuel poverty and costs associated with that. So I will be making ambitious bids to the executive, and I look forward to support for something which can be truly transformational.
Minister, with regards to fuel poverty, can you outline what efforts you're making to tackle the issue of damp and mould in houses across Northern Ireland, and have you given any consideration to introducing AWAB's law in Northern Ireland?
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I'll be bringing forward this fuel strategy, first of all. That's why it's going to have targeted measures to help those that are most in need, and the issues that she raises are a direct result of the inefficiency of some of our homes, so that will be addressed. In terms of AWAB's law, that's not something we're considering at the minute, because we have other measures in place and there are other standards already in place in Northern Ireland that weren't present in England and the rest of the UK. But of course these things will all be kept under review.
Matheson.
Number 3, please.
Mr. Speaker, I anticipate that throughout the lifespan of the strategy, as individual departments develop and deliver actions, they may wish to use the potential of the Children's Services Corporation Act to ensure a joined-up and sustainable approach to delivery. This will be especially important where actions are to be delivered that require partnership work and extend across the competency and vires of more than one department. In particular, when developing the associated action plan for the anti-poverty strategy, I will ensure colleagues consider the Children's Service Corporation Act where appropriate.
Mr. Matheson.
Thank the Minister for his answer. So many issues, as you've alluded to tackle poverty do need cross-departmental action, and not least when we're looking at tackling poverty affecting children. In terms of the issue of widening access to free school meals, which was debated a couple of weeks ago in this chamber, can you detail what collaborative work you're undertaking with the Education Minister to deliver on that agenda?
The member is right to highlight that there are a number of issues which cut across executive departments, and that's why it is a cross-departmental and executive anti-poverty strategy. And there have been ongoing discussions at the cross-departmental working group level to look at the different actions that we can put in place that are actually going to make a difference. But what we need to do is make sure that we spend our money where it can be most effective, where it's actually going towards those who are in need. And that's where the issues come along with the universal approach to free school meals in particular. But I can assure the member that there's been close working with the Education Minister on a number of these issues that will affect children and young people in particular in schools.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Both Sinn Féin and Alliance Minister have talked about introducing a child payment similar to that operating in Scotland. Has the Minister made an assessment of this, and can he share any indications of associated costs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to see targets set which are realistic, which are achievable and sustainable, and most importantly of all, that are actually based on evidence. The last estimate that we have of the cost for introducing a child payment in Northern Ireland is just short of £300 million a year. That doesn't count IT and other delivery costs. But I've yet to see clear evidence that suggests that this funding would have the intended impact. Scotland are not on track to meet targets despite the delivery of a new child payment costing their government in excess of £471 million annually. Let me be clear, I'm not opposed, not at all, to spending more money to make sure that we tackle poverty, but I want it to be done in the right way. And this highlights, I believe, the distinction between choosing what's may be popular, but what's actually right. We need to work hard at getting more people with the opportunities that they need, getting more people into work, tackling fuel poverty, having better energy efficiency, and ensuring that we've better paid jobs in Northern Ireland. That's what I want to focus on.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fully committed to helping people into employment as a key route out of poverty. That's why I've championed employment programmes and initiatives to help people right across Northern Ireland, including the Upper Band constituency. I provided £685,000 to the Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Labour Market Partnership this year, and this funding is delivering a wide range of supports to individuals, including a return to work programme, a disability employment programme, a disability upskilling programme and a classroom assistant academy. On the 6th of October, I announced a £12.4 million Job Start scheme focused on supporting working age benefit claimants to move into employment. There's been a positive start across Northern Ireland, and in Upper Band specifically, there are over 40 Job Start opportunities already available for claimants in the area. Staff in my jobs and benefits offices in Banbridge, Lurgan and Portadown provide help and support daily to claimants and job seekers within the members' constituency. This ranges from job clubs and mini job fairs to bespoke employment and training opportunities, and we also fund a range of activities that are designed to not only get more people into work, but importantly to keep people in work, particularly if they're trying to manage health conditions or disabilities.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I know that we all want to see an economy that is more inclusive and that those with disabilities can be part of that economy and economically active. What further can be done in relation to lowering those barriers and providing more help for employers who are willing to look at this as a route to providing employment?
Absolutely right to raise this, and this is why, as she will know, I have the disability and work strategy out for consultation right now, and that has an ambition of lifting the disability employment rate from 40% to 50%. That's an additional 50,000 people into employment. That is combined the workforce that we currently have in the Northern Ireland Civil Service and the Belfast Health Trust. That's the difference that we can make. And not only is that good for employers to have access to a wider pool of talent, not only is it good for employees who have the economic and health benefits of being in work, but the saving in terms of welfare and the money then that will come in terms of income tax is £750 million a year. We're simply saying we want to get the disability employment rate up to where it is in the rest of the UK, and in doing so, that has £750 million of economic benefit. So that's why it's out to consultation. I would encourage people to respond, and I hope that in doing that and implementing those measures, we can change the perceptions that are in place right now of disabled people and show that work is a route for them, and I hope that that will impact many people in Upper Band and beyond.
Finnegan.
Can I call you question 5, please?
Mr. Speaker, my published response outlined the actions I've instructed my officials to take. Actions that can be delivered in the shorter term include approval of an industry code of practice from the 1st of January, which will strengthen existing provisions associated with the recommendation for mandatory training on responsible service, protecting vulnerable groups and alcohol harm for licence holders and staff. Also improving the accessibility of the licensing regime, including updating the Department's dedicated liquor licensing webpage and working with court staff on the design of its modernisation and digitalisation programme. Investigation of the options for the licensing of cultural venues, including the potential to introduce secondary legislation to expand the categories of venue eligible to apply for a place of public entertainment licence. And in terms of a review of local producers' licence, the relevant recommendations in the report are to be considered as part of a departmental review on these provisions, which is expected to launch early next year.
Second.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the report commissioned by your department was unequivocal in showing that the surrender principle is preventing new pubs being set up. Evidence shows that 2/3 of existing licences are being surrendered to off licences rather than bars. Minister, do you accept that your do-nothing approach will do further damage to the nighttime economy and will enable the number of bars in cities, towns and villages to continue to reduce, while at the same time preventing entrepreneurs from setting up new bars and businesses?
Minister.
The abolition of the surrender principle in total would have a detrimental impact to existing hospitality businesses, but I don't accept her assertion that I am taking a do-nothing approach. I've already outlined some of the actions that I will be taking in the near future, and there's also further work to be done on how the current, I've set this out already, on how the current licensing regime has contributed to the growth in off-licences at the expense of pub licences, and how this is informed by changes in demand as well. And we're going to look at how increases in pub sales have contributed to alcohol-related harms as well. We're also going to be looking at occasional licences. We're going to be looking at producers' licences as well. So her characterisation of this issue is wrong.
You'll indulge me, Speaker, this places some crack. Sinn Féin are asking this question today. They opposed the review that I secured in law 4 years ago. They didn't vote for it. The Minister and his party, who are now not doing anything about it, did vote for it. This place is bonkers. I'm proud to have been the most consistent champion of reforming the way our licensing system works. Can I ask the Minister, given that this Christmas people in lots of small towns and villages across Northern Ireland won't be able to go to the pub over Christmas because the pub has shut? And it's shut because an off-sales has had to open, and the off-sales means that people go in and buy big slabs of beer which they'll drink in far too large quantities in their house. If he isn't going to reform the surrender principle, and it is a challenge to reform, I accept that, will he at least look at establishing a licensing authority, because the system is totally opaque and cannot sustain, can't continue the way it is?
Well, the member's just making generalisations. We don't have any evidence for what he has just said. That's why we're going to look at it to see what the causes are actually of the licences being surrendered to off-licences rather than to other pubs, because you actually have to look at the picture across the UK and Ireland where there are different licensing regimes in place, and they're having similar issues in those areas. The pubs are struggling, and bars are struggling to stay open in other parts of the UK as well. So I don't think that you can lay this entirely at the floor of the licensing regime. But I hope that he listened to what I said when I made the statement in the chamber, and what I have said today as well, because he's wrong to assert that nothing is being done on this issue.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask you, Minister, what your plan is regarding the report recommendations, specifically around providing help to local producers by extending taproom opening hours and the possibility of allowing guest taps in pubs?
Mr. Speaker, I have not rejected the author's recommendations in relation to local producers' licences. We have introduced those licences to modernise the regime in 2022. We're under an obligation to undertake a statutory review of these provisions, which I anticipate will be launched early next year. And my response to the author's recommendations, in addition to the need for further revision and reform, will be considered in the context of the responses to that wider review. My department doesn't have the power to require pubs to provide a guest beer tap on their premises, and it will be for the Department for the Economy and Invest NI to look in that, but we will be reviewing this next year.
Roger.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. So, along with many others, I was in the chamber that day that you made your statement on how you were taking forward the recommendations from the University of Stirling's review. What was very clear in the chamber that day was that you took your direction in terms of surrender principle from a conversations possibly with Hospitality Ulster. Minister, can you please explain why you failed to engage with other stakeholders like local brewers, local producers and CAMRA in your decision making? Thank you.
The member's making that up. She has no idea. She has no idea what informed my view or the view of this. Sorry, you have to let me answer the question. That's how question time works. So it is. I engage with other stakeholders. I have engaged with those that have come forward. But those responses to each of those recommendations were set out by me in this chamber, and they were informed by a variety of factors. So don't try and muddy the waters in any way and say, don't.
I think, Ms Brodsey, you asked a question, and it's now the Minister's turn to speak, so if you let him.
You're trying to muddy the waters here and insert some uncertainty into this. These were all carefully considered. I have to take into consideration all of the evidence, and that's exactly what we've done.
We don't do points of order during question time. Pat Saint.
Question 6.
All executive departments are currently engaged in the development of the Ulster Scots Language, Heritage and Culture Strategy and the Irish Language Strategy through the work of the programme of the Cross-Departmental Working Group. The group is working to ensure that each strategy is coherent, costed and accompanied by a series of achievable actions within departmental remits. The detailed timing for this work is to a large degree outside the control of my department. There is a wide range of material to be considered, and those members need to take into account their existing departmental priorities, budgets and the practicalities involved in delivering on the vision. Once the group has completed its work programme and upon receipt of relevant departmental approvals, officials will bring forward both draft strategies for my consideration, and I will then bring them to the executive.
Mr. Sheehan.
John Coyle agus Buigas Leishan Ara Subdaragra. Now that Paul Deeds has been appointed as the Irish Language Commissioner, can the Minister tell us what discussions he has had with him around the development of an Irish language strategy and what role he, the Commissioner, will have in its implementation?
Well, I haven't met with the Commissioner at this stage, and obviously right now, well, he's shaking his head, but it is the truth. I have not met with him at this stage. I haven't met with any of the commissioners at this stage yet. Where we're at right now is for the working group. He's sighing quite a lot, Mr. Speaker, isn't he? He's not very happy. But I'm setting out the position for him. He says that my interest is zilch and zero on this issue. Well, let me tell the member that I have not had responses yet from some government departments on this issue. I've had no responses from the Department for Infrastructure. I've had no responses from the Department for the Economy. And I have had no responses from the Department for Finance. So perhaps he might want to spend his time asking some of his party colleagues where their interest lies in this. He can shout. He likes to do this whenever he doesn't have any arguments left. He likes to shout from those back benches. Mr. Sheehan.
I think Mr. Sheehan would need to let the Minister respond.
Mr. Sheehan, the truth might hurt, but that is what is happening. That is what's
Mr. Sheehan.
Well,
Sheehan, you have been heard, and it's the Minister's turn to be heard.
He says, I am not interested in this matter. It appears that it's his ministers that are not interested.
Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, we've just heard from the Minister that he has not met any of the language commissioners yet. I'm just wondering, has he any dates? Has any plans to meet with them?
I do have plans to meet with them, but I'm not sure whether those dates have been set yet. But if he has a genuine interest in this, then I'm happy to let him know when those happen.
Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There'll be some crosswords, it appears, in the Sinn Féin group room. Can I ask the Minister, in the development of this strategy, that cost will be taken into account, having seen some of the costs that are being brought about by policies within Belfast City Council?
Yes, well, I can assure the member that we'll certainly not allow ourselves to get into the position that Belfast City Council have allowed themselves to get into over this issue, because I think that it is right that when we are bringing forward proposals in terms of language, that those are costed, that they are proportionate, that they are reasonable and that they are accepted by the wider community. And unfortunately, we've seen within Belfast City Council what happens when parties ride roughshod over others and have no care or consideration for the public purse. That will not happen in the development of these strategies.
Mark Durgan.
If the Minister wants to assure us that his interest in the Irish language isn't zilch, can he outline what steps he has taken since being in office to promote and safeguard the Irish language?
be aware that the promotion and development of the Irish language takes place through my department in the funding that is given towards the North-South language bodies. We had a North-South language body last week where we got updated on their work and the new and innovative programmes that they are rolling out, and that is where that work takes place in terms of the Irish language.
Ever a shocked question 7, please.
Minister.
Employment issues for individual Sport NI staff are a matter for Sport NI. At present, the interim Chief Executive Officer remains in place. I am not aware at this time of any planned recruitment of a new Chief Executive Officer.
Minister, as we all know, Sport NI has been beset with governance issues for a number of years, and it's crucial that this organisation has effective and stable leadership. Can you give an update on the overall governance arrangements of Sport NI and if you plan to review these?
I understand I can't comment on any further on that particular issue. However, I think there has been considerable improvement over the last year in particular, and I'm very supportive and pleased with the work that the board under its new chair and the interim chief executive are doing, and we're in a much better position in terms of governance and Sport NI than we were in the past, and I hope that they can focus now on sporting issues rather than some of these governance issues which have been such a cause of concern over the last number of years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, well, Sport NI has had its travails with two chief executive officers and the governance issues you've referenced. The jewel in its crown, Tollymore, the National Outdoor Centre, has closed and remain closed. What commitments and assurances can the Minister give that the new Sport NI Chief Executive Officer will ensure that NI retains a National Outdoor Centre, and that will ensure the training and safety of all those involved in outdoor recreation?
Sir.
Yes, well, I'm grateful to the member for his question and for his support of this project, and both himself and Diane Forsyth have raised this with me separately. I understand the importance, not just for South Down as an area, but for Northern Ireland more widely. He'll be aware that a review is taking place. I don't have anything more that I can say on that at this moment in time, but I do promise that I will keep him and other interested members updated.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister give an assurance that during the search for the new Chief Executive of Sport NI, consideration will be given to find someone who will strive to ensure that people from Northern Ireland who want to can compete for the United Kingdom at international level in all sports?
Minister.
So, under my leadership, that is the policy of this department. This is what we are pursuing, and we believe that people should be free to choose. There is work that is going on that since I've come into office. I've made very clear what I expect of officials. There is work that is being done. Some of that is being done at an international level. Some of that is being done at a UK-wide level. The sports councils meet together to set policy, but he can be assured that that is the policy of this department under my leadership.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 8 and 14 together. I can advise that 744 of the 835 expressions of interest received have been invited to complete a Stage 2 application. The Stage 2 application process opened on Thursday the 4th of December and will close on Monday the 23rd of January 2026. Stage 1, the expression of interest, was deliberately light touch to make it accessible for all groups. However, Stage 2 will be a more in-depth application form which will be assessed by Cooperation Ireland, and applications will be scored against evidence of need, impact and sustainability, capacity and readiness and value for money. And it is intended that we notify applicants of the final outcome by the end of March 2026.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I commend the Minister for this programme, and clearly it's been successful given the high number of applications, and I'm sure you'll know at this stage there's a high number of those will be from rural locations. So can the Minister give any update on Minister Muir's commitment about the additional funding, given that he has responsibility for the rural areas? And also can I ask, when I'm on my feet, now that the application is open, with the need for building control certificates, will the Minister look at that to try and remove that to a later stage as opposed to having it front-loaded, because it could make it difficult for some of the applicants?
I'm pleased to report there has been positive engagement with the DERA Minister, and as the member will be aware, over 50% of applications were from rural communities, so I hope that we can make progress and announce progress on that very, very soon, because this is an important fund. It's going to make significant changes to communities, both rural and urban, and I look forward to that being progressed. I understand the concerns he has expressed as well in regards to the high costs involved with building control applications. I'll be meeting with officials after question time to discuss this, and I'm happy to provide the member with an update in due course. It is important that projects are shovel ready to ensure all spend is incurred within the financial year, but I'm hearing what's being said. I'm going to do my best on that.
Ferguson.
Many groups are frustrated by the fact that you have to have planning permission in place to be able to qualify. Can you clarify why that requirement was added in? Thank you.
We need to make sure that projects are shovel ready so that the money can be spent in the next financial year. We didn't want to be in a position where we would be taking risks to see whether or not some applicants were able to get planning permission. That then puts the ability to spend that money in year under pressure, and that's why that rule was put in place.
Robbie Butler.
Thank the Minister for his answers. I don't know if the Minister is aware of Ballinderry War Memorial Hall in my own constituency. It's a smaller volunteer-led community hall. Can the Minister give some detail as to how those smaller community halls will receive equitable access to this funding and support in terms of any further application processes?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to confirm that this is all going to be done in a completely fair and transparent manner, and that has been set out in all of the guidance notes and the documentation. And so I would encourage members in this House and members of the public who have applied to read that, and they will see for themselves the process that we'll put in place and what we'll be doing to help those progress.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Minister. Once this funding is allocated, could you commit to producing a full list of the successful applications, the works to be carried out, the location of the community hall and the amount awarded to each? Thank you.
There are obviously some rules around the release of information. Some of that may need to be caveated or redacted in some way, but I'm more than happy to ensure we do everything that we can within the law to be as open and transparent as possible on this.
Thank you. We move on to topical questions. Now, Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for his response to the publication of research into the impact of the changes that he has made to the rate of housing association grant and total cost indicators, which concludes that they will have a detrimental impact on the delivery of desperately needed social housing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, both the Department and the sector face many challenges, particularly in relation to budget, but these create opportunities for us to be creative. And we need to do more with less. We need to work together to address the barriers to finance and to social housing supply. I haven't seen the research that has been quoted in the media today, and I've no doubt that it is a very challenging financial environment for housing associations if they continue to do everything the way that they have always done them. But that is why I've said I'm going to work with them urgently on the design guide and on other regulations to make sure that we find efficiencies and we make it as cheap as possible within current standards to build more homes. So the reduction in the grant, yes, if that is the only thing that happens, will have an impact, but that needs to be matched by other actions, looking at those efficiencies, looking at the design guide, looking at private investment.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his answer, though I'm surprised that he hasn't had the time to see this important research. It is clear, however, that there are varying opinions on the impact of the Minister's move. I sincerely hope that he is right. However, I fear that he'll be proven wrong. He's committed now to working along with the associations. He didn't consult with them prior to this decision. But what assurances can he give those 40,000 households currently on the waiting list that this will not impact negatively upon them?
We have done extensive work and research on this to make sure that we are putting this grant where it can make the most impact, where it can deliver the most homes. I need to stretch this as far as possible, and quite frankly, Mr Durkin, the status quo isn't good enough. I can only do what I have with the money that I have. I need to make that go further. That's why I need the housing associations to work with me, so that they can look at, yes, additional private finance, but also making those moves that we can make, that they have asked me to make, that can actually make the building of homes more cost effective. So there are issues around the design guide, which I've said that I will urgently look at. And they have said to me, does every single home need to have the extra structure in place so that they can be adapted for disabilities? That adds thousands of pounds to the cost of every house. That would more than outweigh the reduction in the grant that is available. So I am more than happy to say that I'm not going to stick to the status quo. I'm more than happy to say I will always look for innovative ways in which we can do our job and meet our targets. And I will work with the housing associations on this. We will look and use every lever that we can, but it is important that we get as much out of our grants so we can build as many homes as possible.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, there's significant concern about the growing rate of economic inactivity here in Northern Ireland. Can you outline what steps you're taking to support more people into work and reduce the number of individuals who are currently not in education, employment or training?
Mr Speaker, we have a problem in this country with economic inactivity. In the UK as a whole, economic inactivity is at 21%. In Northern Ireland, it's almost 27%. So that's why I'm investing over £12 million in a new Job Start programme, which helps those who find it hardest to get into work and to access employment. We need to get more people into work. That's what we are doing through this scheme.
Ms Brownlie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answer. But does the Minister agree with me it is simply unfair that an ever-increasing number of working people are asked to pay more to cover the cost of rising benefits bills, and that this situation is now becoming completely unsustainable?
Yes, absolutely, and I'll give the member some figures. 10 years ago, working age benefits across the UK were £57 billion. Today it's more than £127 billion. And in Northern Ireland, 5 years ago, the estimated working age welfare bill was £3.2 billion. In just 5 years, this has risen to £4.7 billion. That's an almost 50% increase in 5 years. Let me ask the question, do we feel 50% better off? Have we dealt with poverty through that? No, we haven't. So we cannot keep going down this route. We need to be more productive as an economy. We need to get more people into work because this is unsustainable. And we can't continue to find ourselves in a position where, perversely, it is more economically advantageous to be on benefits as opposed to in work. So this is how we create a functioning society and a better society. We need to make sure that we are becoming more productive overall. And we not only need to tackle the benefits bill, we need to tackle fraud and error in the system as well. The cost of that is £350 million a year. So our constituents are going out every single day to work hard, and there are those that are deliberately misrepresenting their circumstances. And people ask, why do you always go on about this? Why do you always go on about welfare fraud and welfare error? Because it's coming at a cost to people that I represent. It is impacting upon those who actually do need it. So I'm unashamed at standing here today, standing up for and standing alongside those who are going out and are doing a decent day's work. The question is, why won't Sinn Féin join me on that? Why won't they let my paper on the executive agenda so we can put a plan in place to deal with welfare fraud and error? I'm on the side of working people. Why are they on the side of criminals?
Aoife Finnegan.
Minister, given the concerns which have been raised around the viability of some housing schemes, this puts an added impetus on the calls to get the housing executive to start building homes again. Can you give an update on the discussions which are ongoing with the British Treasury about giving the housing executive the ability to borrow?
I'm grateful to the member for raising this. I raise it all the time in this House, and I have to say, Mr Speaker, I'm starting to get really fed up at how we are going round and round in circles on this. So I'm quite happy to update the House today and say that the Treasury are asking for more information on this. We're providing this information and they ask for more information. We need a collective response to this. We need the government to recognise how urgent this is, and we need them to get on with it. This is not complex. This is a slight clarification of what the Northern Ireland Housing Executive actually is. We need to get on with that, and we need the government to step up. I'm going to continue to make that case.
Ms. Finnegan.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. But Minister, you previously indicated that you plan to bring a policy to the Executive about utilising public land for social housing. Can you give an update on when the details of this policy will be made public?
Minister.
Yes, I hope to bring that to the Executive very, very soon. But before I did that, I wanted to engage with the Department of Finance. That's what I have been doing, and with LPS around some of these issues. Unfortunately, we're still going back and forth on that, but I hope to be able to do that very soon, because I want us to use every single tool that we have in our arsenal to be in a position to build more homes. I'll continue to do that.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister agree with me that young people's voices must be heard in policy making, and would he outline how his department is meaningfully engaging with young people?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely, and I agree with the member. The voices of young people do need to be heard, and those are heard in different ways. We have public consultation processes in which young people can have their views. I've had a number of engagements with the Commissioner for Children and Young People as well, and there are different engagements that happen through different ALBs as well to ensure that we're meeting the needs of young people, and we are hearing their views. If she has any further actions that she thinks that we should be taking, I'd be happy to hear them.
Ms. Egan.
Thank you, Minister. Would you therefore support the adoption of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child into domestic law?
Well, I would need to do a little bit more work on that to see exactly what would be involved in that and the additional responsibilities that that would place on the department, but I'll happily come back to her on that.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, can I ask you for an update on the Football Fund, and specifically on any reviews which your department have undertaken or will undertake into the funding model?
Currently not undertaking reviews on the Football Fund, because at this stage we are progressing through to the next stage and doing the due diligence work that we said that would be done. That continues, and I look forward to that being completed so that we can move on to the next stage.
Largy.
Minister, Derry City is a thriving club. They were left out by your department of funding in terms of the Football Fund. What are you going to do to support Derry City and other clubs which were excluded from your fund?
Sure.
Well, I would like to see all clubs go through. I'd like to see all needs met, and perhaps if this money hadn't been held to ransom over the last 14 years by members of his party, we might have been able to see more people get through. He shakes his head, but that is the case. There's no reason why that money could not have been released at an earlier stage. There is no reason why we couldn't have made progress. It was left by members of his party to get us to this stage. I am the one that is driving it forward. It would be preferential if it had have been done long before now.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, can I ask you for an update on any engagement you have had with the UK Government on enabling those who have paid into the state pension, who have been diagnosed with a terminal illness, to access their pension early, potentially as a lump sum?
Sure.
Those discussions have taken place. There's also been correspondence, but to date there has been no positive response from the relevant government minister.
Ms. Armstrong.
For your reply, and I do believe allowing early access is the right and caring approach to take, ensuring people diagnosed can focus on the precious time that they have left without the worry of finances. Minister, can you outline what support your department is currently providing for those in these circumstances?
There are a number of supports that are available through the department, including discretionary support for those who find themselves in a difficulty. If the member would like a full list of the supports that we give, I'd be happy to provide that to her directly in writing, but I understand what a difficult time that is, and we want to be able to be in a position that that can help, and we do have a number of schemes that will help those in need.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, will any Barnett consequentials come to Northern Ireland on the back of the UK Government's £820 million Youth Employment and Work Placement Scheme? And if so, how much do you anticipate will be delivered?
Minister.
I'm not sure how much will come from that, how much of that will be a Barnett that we will be able to avail of. However, none of that will come ring-fenced. That will be then for the Executive to decide how to spend it.
Mr Matheson.
Thank you, Minister. And it's already been referenced to the latest labour force survey showing around 23,000 young people in Northern Ireland not in education, employment or training. In that context, if Barnett consequentials do materialise on the back of the UK scheme, would you be making the case that some of that should be allocated to tackling those numbers and the underlying causes that keep young people out of employment and training?
And that's why we have another expansion of the Job Start scheme to ensure we can get more people into work, that we can help them and give them the support that needs. And certainly I would be making a bid for that because it's a successful programme that has a really, really high success rate.
On for South.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, it should be shocking to everyone in this chamber that we currently lose over £350 million a year to fraud and error in our benefits system. Could the Minister remind this House of his plans to tackle this issue?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I currently have 2 papers regarding fraud and error with the Executive. I can't comprehend why the party opposite is not allowing those onto the agenda, but Treasury have committed to a business case which would see Northern Ireland recover some of this money that is lost to fraud. And whenever we have ministers going around saying how tight budgets are, I would have thought they would have welcomed the fact that I'm bringing something forward that will take money off criminals, of those that are deliberately misrepresenting their circumstances to take money that isn't theirs. Not a few £100s, but 30, 40, in some cases £65,000. So we need to deal with this issue.
Mr Forsyth.
Can the Minister detail the risk in breaking parity with GB in terms of their existing bill that's going through Parliament and other interventions by DWP to tackle welfare fraud?
Minister.
So the bill is going through Westminster at the minute, and if we cannot get executive agreement in regards to this, it means we will not have the same enhanced measures to protect and to detect and prevent and deter fraud and to recover money that's overpaid or stolen. And that means that the Treasury may actually consider penalising the Northern Ireland block grant. So there is a reputational risk on this issue, but my goodness, how shameful would it be if not only would we not be in the position of recouping money from criminals and fraudsters, we'd actually continue to pay them and be fined by Westminster to do that. So this is a black and white issue. It's straightforward. It's time to get on with it. Let's target those that are stealing from the rest of us. And for goodness sake, do everything that we can so that we're not fined.
Okay, that ends questions to the Minister for Communities. Just give members a moment or so. As a valid petition of concern in relation to the motion has been accepted, I will then proceed to ask a question on the amendment. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Matthew O'Toole and Colin McGrath be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, members, I think the ayes have it. Canberra try. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Will you please resume your seats? Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Matthew O'Toole and Colin McGrath be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, do we have tellers? Order, members. Order. Thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mark Durkin and Linda Dillon. Tellers for the noes are Brian Kingston and Cheryl Brownlee. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order. Order, members. Can you please resume your seats? Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the result?
75 members voted, 42 members voted aye, 33 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Okay, the amendment is agreed, and as members will be aware that because there's a valid petition of concern presented on the motion, the vote on the motion will not be taken today. That concludes the debate, and we'll move on to the next item. Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make two brief points of order. First of all, I think earlier on when I mentioned that the House had debated a very similar motion earlier on, I indicated that the House had supported it. It, in fact, was not, because some members abstained, so I just wanted to correct the record in that regard. I'm happy to do so, unlike others who are happy not to correct records, but I also wanted to point out and put on the record, simply for doing it, that a majority of this House have now given their clear view of the need for a European Commission office in Belfast. The public will draw their conclusions about what this House supports.
Okay, thank you for that, Matthew, none of which were points of order, but there you go. Okay. Okay, members, will you take your ease before we move on to the next item of business?
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on protecting privacy and dignity at traffic collision sites. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses concern at the increasing trend of individuals and media outlets capturing and distributing distressing footage at the scenes of fatal or critical road traffic collisions, recognises the trauma this causes to the families affected by these activities, supports a campaign for Kiva's Law, which would make it a criminal offence to record or share images and videos of victims at the scene of a fatal or critical traffic collision without lawful authority or family consent, and calls on the Minister of Justice to work with the Minister for Infrastructure to pass legislation to this effect by the end of this mandate.
Thank you. I call on Patsy McClone to move the motion. Patsy.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Patsy, please open the debate on the motion.
The SDLP has brought our motion today in recognition of the widespread public support for the introduction of Kiva's Law. And in fact, Kiva's parents, Marie and Noah, are with us here today in the gallery, along with other relations of people who have faced similar trauma as a result of the recklessness of others. The support for legislation on this issue is a result of growing concern at the increasing trends of individuals and media outlets capturing and distributing online distressing footage at the scenes of fatal or critical road traffic collisions, with absolutely no thought for the families affected. Usually the person who initially takes the images or videos has no connection whatsoever to the victim or their families. It was simply something that they witnessed and they wanted to record it as if they were at a music gig or a festival. The legislation we want to see implemented would make it a criminal offence to record or share images or videos of victims at the scene of road traffic collisions without lawful authority or family consent. Our motion calls on the Minister for Justice and the Minister for Infrastructure to work together to deliver legislation by the end of this mandate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Kiva O'Brien was a young woman who died in a road traffic collision on the A5 between Derry and Strabane in October 2016. News of her death was broadcast on social media before some of her relatives could even be informed of the tragedy. Kiva's Law is named in her honour and in recognition of the additional trauma caused to her family by the online content about the accident and her death. I wish to pay tribute and thank Kiva's mother Marie and the members of Road Victim Support Northern Ireland and Donegal for their tireless campaign to raise awareness of the pain and hurt which has been caused to families and friends of victims of road traffic accidents by the thoughtless actions of strangers. Strangers who, for whatever reason, chose to record the often gruesome scenes of accidents and then publish those recordings online, compounding the pain and grief and loss of the families, of the victims. We want this Assembly to say loudly and clearly to those people, it is not your story to tell. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a number of district councils have already called on the Assembly and Executive to introduce this legislation. In my own constituency of Mid-Ulster, SDLP councillors, and indeed one on with us here today, Councillor Malachy Quinn, secured unanimous support for their motion calling for legal restrictions on the sharing on social media of images and videos taken at the scene of serious traffic collisions. Motions in support of the introduction of Kiva's law have also been passed by Newry Mourne and Down District Council and by Derry City Council. Those motions also had cross-party support, reflecting the public desire to see action taken. We hope that all parties in the Assembly will indeed support our motion today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we recognise how difficult it is to control the spread of images and videos once they have been published online. The reluctance of social media companies to accept their role as publishers and the legal restrictions that brings has resulted in a hands-off approach to content moderation by these giants of modern technology. That approach allows them to continue to make massive profits through the sale of the personal data of their users while abdicating responsibility for any pain and hurt caused by the online activities they so facilitate. Shutting down individual accounts often fails to prevent the spread of the hurtful content. The ease with which new accounts can be created can result in lengthy and costly battles with social media companies and with the offenders themselves. That is particularly why we believe that it is important to place primary responsibility with the person who chooses to take and share the image or video of the scene. That is not to say that the media companies and other individuals would be immune from the legislation, but by making the act of taking the images a criminal offence, it sends a clear signal that we as a society do not accept this activity. Because at the minute in the North, it is not a crime to film or share footage of victims of fatal crashes, and we believe it should be. It is an affront to the dignity of the victims in their final moments. It is a violation of their privacy. And in recording those moments and publishing them online, it becomes a painful, often permanent reminder to families and friends of those final moments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we aren't alone in trying to combat the voyeuristic impulses of some people at the scene of an accident. Some countries continue to rely on outdated legislation that fails to take account of modern technology and the speed at which this content can be replicated and shared across social media. Other countries around the world are looking at specific ways to address this issue. In Spain, for example, constitutional privacy protections extend to the families of the deceased. Sharing images of dead or injured people without consent can lead to criminal and civil penalties. And importantly, families can sue for the emotional harm caused by the publishing of those images. Yes, okay, Linda. Yeah.
Member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that after the fact the harm has already been done? Speaking as somebody who lost someone in horrific road traffic accident, I can tell you that I'm very glad we did not have to see that scene. And I can also tell you we will always remember how we were told that we'd lost our loved one. So I think that every family should be afforded the same dignity. After the fact, it is much too late. People need to take personal responsibility for the harm for which they are doing.
Absolutely, and my sympathies with you, Linda, on that. To be told in such a way by proxy, by social media, must be awful. It's gruesome. It really is. No empathy, no sympathy, no understanding, no reaching out to the other human being to think this is the wrong way to do things. I really don't understand why anyone would even attempt to do that, but unfortunately they do. But as I have said, we believe that the most effective way to prevent this happening is by influencing the actions of people at the scene, because once these images and videos are online, it becomes increasingly difficult to put the genie back into the box. And a few countries have taken the initiative and have put in place robust legislation that we believe shows the way forward. In Germany, for example, it is now a criminal offence to take or share images that violate a person's highly personal sphere of life, including injured or deceased victims. German police can seize phones at the scene if they suspect illegal recording has taken place. And in German courts, those courts have upheld convictions for photographing crash victims even when the images were not shared. It's important for us too, as we speak here today, that be done, any legislation, any proposal for legislation be done in a coordinated manner on an all-Ireland basis, because as we know, there's a lot of traffic and a lot of movement across the border every day, and it just should not stop. That practice should not be stopped just in one jurisdiction or the other. It should be comprehensive and all-embracing. New Zealand has a wide-ranging Harmful Digital Communications Act. As part of its provisions, it is now an offence to share images that cause serious emotional distress. New Zealand police can also order the immediate removal of images posted online. And significantly, so-called bystander filming can be prosecuted if it breaches privacy or causes distress. In comparison, obstruction of emergency services at the scene is currently the only crime someone can be arrested for here. Kiva's law would change that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this isn't about censorship, it's about compassion, it's about respect, and it's about dignity. Families should not be put in a position where they find out their loved one has been killed or injured through a video on social media, nor should they have to relive those moments every time they unexpectedly come across a video off the scene. It's cruel, traumatising and unacceptable. This legislation is urgent, proportionate and widely supported. That is why we are calling on the Executive to act without delay and introduce the necessary legislation by the end of this mandate. Kiva's law will put compassion, respect and dignity first. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Patsy. And I call on Emma Sheeran. Emma.
Concordia, and I rise this evening to support this motion and thank my constituency colleague for moving it. And I think, as Mr McGlone has outlined, this has been passed in a number of councils, including our own in Mid-Ulster, with cross-party support, something that we hope to see replicated here today, because this is a very important piece of legislation. And I want to commend the campaigners, and particularly the O'Brien family, and I know some of them have travelled here today, and their quest to see the harm caused to them as a family not be repeated for others is admirable, and they should be commended for their work on this. Obviously, as we'll hear through the course of this debate, road traffic accidents and fatalities are an all too regular occurrence, and we're coming into a time of year when we seem to hear more and more accidents on our roads, and that in itself is a tragedy, and every life lost on our roads is a tragedy. And then you see that hurt and pain and grief compounded and exacerbated by unnecessary sharing of images and videos on social media. And I suppose it's almost with disbelief that we're having this conversation, because I can't really believe that this is where we're at, that we need legislation to stop people doing this. And I suppose I want to believe that it's, a lack of awareness or an ignorance and not malice that causes someone to whip out their phone for anything other than to call emergency services when they come upon a road accident. But unfortunately, we have seen too many circumstances where that's what happened. And we talk an awful lot in this chamber about the dangers of social media and how toxic it can be when not being used for good. And this is an example of something that just causes untold damage and harm and is completely unnecessary, and I suppose feeding into that culture whereby people just see likes and hits and attention as more important than basic human decency and kindness. And so I think even while we wait for legislation to come into place, and we know that this is going to be complex in terms of the policing of this and how it's implemented, and it needs to be thorough and well thought out, and it needs to be implemented properly. But even whilst we're working towards that, we can send a really clear message from this chamber here today that we would ask people to think and not to take pictures of people in their most vulnerable moments, or to take videos of people in the wake of a road traffic accident. There is absolutely nothing to be added to that situation. There's no value that anyone is adding by taking photos or videos of that, and people need to just have a bit of cop on and think carefully before they start filming something like that. So I think that needs to be the message that we send here today, even whilst we're waiting for legislation to come into place, that everyone thinks seriously about how their actions can impact upon a family in the worst moments of their lives. We've seen a whole spate of measures, and I know the Infrastructure Minister is working on road safety measures, and we have seen a number of losses on our roads in recent years, and we want to see that reduced, and we want to see people thinking carefully about, you know, when they're driving, when they're out on the boat, and all road users. And this is just a small element of that really should be common sense, shouldn't even have to be said, and I think it's important that we all say it very clearly here today.
Thank you, Emma. I call on Paul Fruit. Paul.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support this motion here today, and I commend the proposer of this motion for bringing it a very sensitive issue. And we are a legislature. We legislate, and we need the flexibility with that to bring in new laws when they are required. And as life gets more modern, as digital technology takes over, I think we, as an Assembly, must adapt. Now, legislation takes a long time in its process, and rightly so, for all sorts of good reason. But we really need to get started on a piece of legislation which I think is required for the modern era. And so we support this wholeheartedly, because it's simply wrong. It is simply wrong to take an image, either on your phone or another device, that takes a picture of a scene of a horrific incident where someone could be seriously injured or indeed lose their life. Someone who has come over and has come across and was the first responder to an accident where there was a fatality, a multi-vehicle traffic accident that basically blocked the road in both ways, meaning that an ambulance had to come from both sides, both directions, which put them miles out of their way. When I came across that scene, I would never have dreamt of taking my phone out to take a picture of the horrific scenes that I witnessed. But not only was it the injuries that were sustained by the persons, but there are people who can have shock. And because of that shock, then they will do things completely out with their character, and it's quite dangerous and it's quite volatile at that moment. So rather than take your phone out, you really need to deal with what you see in front of you with regards to the casualties, how they need your help, and how you can respond to the best way you can in that situation, feeling as you do completely hopeless. Completely hopeless. So the last thing you should do is take out your phone, other than to phone the emergency services. And when I did come across that scene, I was able to communicate with the fire and ambulance service to describe the road, where exactly it was on the road, and to make sure that they brought appliances from both directions, which was required. And so it's really important when people come across accident that they act responsibly as best they can, and they communicate with the people who they need to communicate with, not least the people involved in the accident. So it's really important that we send a message out here today that delivers this message that it is wrong to take images of a scene of a tragic or fatal or horrific accident on our roads. You're not serving the people who are caught up. You're not solving any of their vulnerabilities, and you're absolutely not helping at the scene of an accident. So I support legislation in this regard that will prohibit someone from taking a photograph, an image of that scene. And think of the devastation it is for the families finding out for the first time that their loved one has perished or has been severely hurt. Think how much more impactful that would be if you hear it or see it in social media. And of course, when the loved ones get that message from the police, then it's all about trying to get round the extended family before they hear it from somewhere else. And they don't have a chance, they don't stand a chance if it goes out in social media in fast time, instant, around the community, around the town, around the village where you live. They have no chance, absolutely no chance. So I do think this is something that we can do. I would search throughout all of the bills that we have at present to see if there's any way that we can amend a bill in order to get this in.
The member draws remarks to a close.
And I think that would be the way that we should go here in order to get it in as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call on Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Mr McGlone, for bringing forward this motion, and indeed thank you to family members here that have taken the time to travel today. And for a long time we have treated the online world like a separate realm that has limited impact on real life, but that is no longer appropriate. We are increasingly becoming aware of the real and substantial harm online activities can create, whether it's child abuse, bullying, online scams, or the capturing and distribution of distressing footage of road traffic collisions. And we're discussing the latter today, but I think it's important to recognise that today's motion is part of a bigger piece of work, much like what Mr Frew has referenced, and tackling the relation much wider picture of online harm. The Minister of Justice, I want to thank the Minister for being here, has already begun to tackle the online harm in relation to violence against women and girls, and in the last mandate strengthening the law in this area by making cyber flashing a criminal offence. Further introductions of new offences in relation to adults pretending to be a child in order to groom a child, and in relation to disclosing or threatening to disclose private sexual images. And finally, Minister Long has recently consulted on criminalising the creation and sharing of sexually explicit deepfake images. All of these offences are commonly happening online, and they are important steps in tackling online harm. Something else these offences have in common is that they're an assault on a victim's dignity and privacy, and the same is true for taking images of serious or even fatal road traffic collisions or other tragic incidents for that matter. So again, I want to pay tribute to the families that have been here today. John O'Brien, who was tragically killed in Newry this year, will know much about the videos being shared and how awful it is, and the dignity and the sadness that goes with it. And it is about dignity first and foremost, dignity and privacy in the most intimate and private and personal moments, which does of course include death. And we're very used to sharing at this day and age, oversharing even, a lot of our private lives, but I don't yet believe we have lost the capacity for empathy yet. And I think it has been expressed, I mean, just the very idea of learning about someone's death through social media, be it a message or it just doesn't bear thinking about. For members of the public, the one and only legitimate use of a smartphone at the side of a road traffic collision is to call 999. And again, much like Mr Frew described about, as a first dater, you do wonder what you would possibly do in such a scenario, but the very thought of taking your phone to voyeuristically capture some of these things, it just doesn't bear thinking about. So yes, taking pictures of videos of victims and distributing them online is completely unacceptable. It can cause real hurt and emotional harm to families, and that should be reflected in the law. An individual was arrested on suspicion of misuse in public electronic network to send a grossly offensive message under the Communications Act. That is one route, but it doesn't tackle taking pictures in the first place, and it's ultimately dependent on interpretation whether the footage shared is grossly offensive, among other considerations. It would be helpful to have that clarity. Legislation Legislation to this effect is already in place in several European countries, and we should follow suit. Road safety is primarily a matter for the Infrastructure Minister, but this particular proposal also touches on other bodies' responsibilities, including, among others, the UK Government and the PSNI. So, yes, the Minister for Infrastructure should do her part, and I would urge her department and her to work with key stakeholders to bring forward legislation as soon as possible. Thank you.
I call on Doug Beattie. Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see the elements, there being three elements to this motion from the SDLP, a motion that the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting. The first of all, it outlines the trend of taking pictures at the scene of an accident instead of assisting. We now have some elements of society who are so wedded to their phones, to social media, scrambling for likes and shares and making media input, too busy creating a story to help. They have lost all sense of decency, morality and compassion. We saw that back in October of this year, has just been referenced, a road traffic accident that saw a 67-year-old pedestrian being struck by a lorry and sadly passing away at the scene. While some did stop to help, others just stood and took pictures, and for reasons only known to them, decided they would share these distressing images. Images that had a terrible effect on the family. John O'Brien, our lovely Scottish John, or Scotty John, as he was referred to by many, deserved better. His family deserved better. Sadly, this trend of taking pictures instead of helping goes well beyond traffic accidents. We see it with assaults on the person, abuse of staff, accidents in the workplace. One of my own staff saw it in the attempted abduction of a female. It has to stop, and it's a societal issue that we're going to have to deal with. Secondly, the motion calls for support to the campaign known as Kiva's Law. This would make it a criminal offence to record or share images and videos of victims at the scene of a fatal or critical traffic collision without lawful authority from the family. Where I absolutely support that, but I would go further and count in all of those other instances that I mentioned. The family of Kiva learned of her death through social media. How utterly reprehensible, disgusting, disgraceful that this could ever happen, and it was done by design by those individuals. Those individuals responsible lost touch with any form of morality. They caused unimaginable hurt to Kiva's family and to her friends. Lastly, the motion calls for the Justice Minister to bring forward legislation by the end of this mandate to make taking of these ghoulish images illegal. I 100% support that, but on a practical level, I'm not sure if we will be able to get that done before the end of the mandate. I hope we can. I hope the Minister can find a way, and I think my colleague on the Justice Committee, Paul Frew, outlines a way of doing that. So I would support it. But if it cannot be achieved, then by the end of this mandate, then we need to use what we have available to us to create a deterrent to stop people doing that. The Communications Act 2003 has been used by the police to arrest a 47-year-old woman under the misuse of the public communications network to send a grossly offensive and indecent material. It didn't stop the images, but it can act as a deterrent. And this was in regards to the death of John O'Brien in Newry. We need more of this. But again, as a previous debate that we had, the police need the resource to do that, and the courts need to be able to ensure that there's a deterrent that goes with it. And as I close my remarks to an end, my thoughts are with the families of John, Scotty John, or the family of Kiva, and all those families who have suffered in this way. I think it is truly appalling. And where the criminal justice system isn't the answer to all of these issues, and I fully accept that, when we have nothing else, then we have to use it. We have to create that deterrent. We have to make people know that if they are at the scene of an accident or if they see something else like an assault, if their first action isn't to pick up the phone to dial 999 but instead to take a video, then they are wrong and the justice system will come down on them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Doug. I call on Ciara Ferguson. Ciara.
Deputy Speaker, can I too thank the proposers of today's motion alongside Derry City Staban District Council and others who have agreed the introduction of similar motion in recent weeks. Firstly, can I acknowledge the individuals and families across Irish society who have been affected by fatal road traffic accidents and collisions and who have suffered such unimaginable loss and heartbreak that no family member or parent or grandparent would ever want to happen to them. I also would like to thank the different road safety organisations right across our small island who have focused on providing emotional and practical support to those impacted by the greatest possible tragedy as they navigate life after such heartbreaking loss. I also would like to recognise the work they do with respect to training, education and advocacy around road safety, awareness, responsibility and care. As a Derry MLA, I want to acknowledge the work of Life After and the Road Victim Support NI Donegal organisation, which are voluntary family-led initiatives who have used their own personal grief to try and support others, including through professional counselling services, peer support on harrowing shared experiences and awareness-raising initiatives. For border constituencies like my own, we know that partnership working across Ireland and honest conversations about what we can all do is vital if we are to reduce the number of deaths and serious injuries on our roads. I want to commend our Minister Liz Gibbons for her work with respect to the Share the Road to Zero campaign, a road safety initiative encouraging all road users to slow down, stay alert and respect others, alongside specific campaigns around Road Safety Week, the wearing of high visibility clothing and the protection of particularly vulnerable groups. I also would like to acknowledge the Department's road safety strategy and accompanying action plan and targets set in collaboration with the Blue Light organisations to keep a shared focus on reducing the number of fatalities and to focus on specific matters, including excessive speed, pedestrian casualties and the prevention of driving whilst under the influence of either drink or drugs. I recognise, as the motion states, the distress and trauma which can be caused by the recording of footage by individuals or media outlets of individuals at their most vulnerable, injured or devastatingly deceased. This is all the more prevalent in our current times with constant access to phones with cameras and social media. Sensitive situations such as these should be treated with dignity, compassion and respect for the individual and also for their grieving family and friends and community. They should be left alone. We should be helping to reduce crowding and enabling our first responders to act, and vitally allowing families to be properly informed by the relevant authorities. And I'd also, alongside my Justice colleagues, would also encourage whatever can be done within a review of existing legislation. If something could be done within this mandate, it would be very much welcome. I just want to finish by sending my solidarity to the family of Kiva O'Brien and many other relatives who are here today who may have lost loved ones, and to thank them and also to commend them for their efforts and their ongoing campaign to highlight the human impact on families such as theirs who have been impacted by this reality. We all have a collective duty to close a harmful gap and ensuring no more suffering added to those suffering. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Ciara. I call on Peter Martin. Peter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First, can I say I wish to send condolences to all families across Northern Ireland who have been impacted by road collisions or road traffic accidents. They're simply terrible events for families who have had to walk through them, and then very often they live with those consequences for years to come. And as other speakers have reflected this afternoon, this can be severely compounded by media coverage distressing images being shared through a range of online platforms. My colleague Paul mentioned an example, and actually as he was talking I thought I've only ever witnessed one road traffic accident, and actually I was a special advisor to a minister at the time, and it just all came back to me as Paul was speaking there, where we came across an RTA, and it had just happened, and it was fairly bad, and there were two a husband and his daughter in one car and another car involved, and this young girl was bleeding fairly badly and trapped in the car. I mean, so we phoned 999, we were the first on the scene, and fire came out, an ambulance came out and so forth. There's nothing in me, you ever think of taking a photograph or videoing that sort of thing, and I think that's a message that we need to get out, that actually, phones in that situation are useful for one thing, and that's phoning the emergency services. Kiva was 23 when she passed away, and in her situation, her family, as they told their loved ones, were, I suppose, slower than social media, which is so speedy these days, and her name was shared online by strangers, and I couldn't imagine what pain that would have caused a family. I want to acknowledge them here today, Kiva's family, but that act, that singular act, is so immeasurably cruel and heartless. I want to just clarify one aspect, and that's a question that Cal Boylan asked the Justice Minister, and happily give the floor to her, or she can answer me when she sums up. But she said the decision to introduce legislation to prohibit the sharing of photos of RTAs will be a matter for the Department of Infrastructure, which has primary responsibility for road safety policy within the Executive. I note that the Justice Minister is here, and I'm very happy that she is. Is there a reason that she's here rather than the DFI Minister if the DFI Minister holds the varies? I'll give you the floor if you want.
Because I think otherwise there may not have been a substantive response to the motion, and I wanted to ensure for those who have been affected that there would be an executive response to this. But I think it will require, as I'll outline further, a lot of cross-cutting cooperation between a number of departments and potentially the UK Government.
That's great, thank you very much. And at this point I probably want to pause and thank both the Justice Minister and the DFI Minister for meeting a constituent of mine that I'll come on to in a second. I lost a constituent last year called Jaden Rice on the 8th of July, and she was just 16 at the time of her death. She had a very bright future ahead of her, and she wanted to join the army. A man has been subsequently charged with causing death through dangerous driving, causing death while driving without a licence, and causing death whilst driving without insurance. And as I said, I want to thank both the Justice Minister and the DFI Minister for meeting Elaine and Judith, Jane's mum and grandmother, who now have embarked on to create a legacy for Jaden. And that legacy is to protect other pedestrians in the future and keep them safe, and what a legacy that would indeed be. As the proposer of the motion mentioned, and can I just pay tribute to Patsy for bringing this forward, legislation does exist in Germany where photographing or recording an incident or victims are treated as a crime, and just to make clear, this party fully supports such legislation within Northern Ireland. And perhaps the Christmas spirit has finally descended upon this place, and we will indeed be sending a very united message today that capturing and distributing distressing footage at fatal or critical road accidents is disgraceful and in fact should be made illegal. Mr Deputy Speaker, my party will be supporting the motion. We would like to see, as the Justice Minister has just mentioned, very quick and firm coordination between justice. If the varies lies with infrastructure, which clearly seems to be the case, I will be raising that as Chair of the Infrastructure Committee with the Minister, and certainly I would say on behalf, I've spoken so far as DEP lead in infrastructure, but certainly I think I could probably get away with saying as the Chair of Infrastructure, we will raise this matter with the Minister and see what the committee can do in terms of getting some traction on Kiva's law. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. I call on John Blair. John.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I want to start by thanking the members who have brought forward this important motion. It reflects current concerns, and I think fills us all with worry that we face a troubling trend of people and some media outlets capturing and distributing upsetting images and videos from serious or fatal road traffic accidents. What used to be rare and isolated decades ago has, with smartphones and social media, it should be said, become a common and deeply invasive problem for victims and also for their families. Countries across Europe, such as France, Spain and Norway, have introduced strong privacy and image rights, ensuring that sharing identifiable images of victims is less permissible. In the United Kingdom, while it is legal to photograph in public, there remains no adequate safeguard against the harm caused by publishing these images, and we therefore need a legal change. Many, it should be said, who stopped to assist at a crash site show immense bravery and compassion. It is, however, utterly unacceptable for anyone in those circumstances to exploit these moments of crisis, turning the suffering of others into a spectacle for likes or for retweets or for fleeting, for want of a better word, moment of fame. These actions betray not only the victims and their families, but also our shared sense of community decency. Such behaviour is driven by selfishness, and those responsible should feel shame and must be held to account. Moreover, Deputy Speaker, social media platforms must do more to remove such material rapidly so it cannot continue to traumatise families. And at this juncture, I want to thank publicly my Alliance colleague, Joshua Eastwood, MP, for her work at Westminster, calling for greater regulation of social media platforms. Media outlets too must exercise responsibility. Drones and new technologies should not become new tools for disregarding the dignity and privacy of the deceased or for their loved ones. I especially want to thank the campaigners for Kiva's Law, and I and my Alliance Party colleagues firmly support making it a criminal offence to record or share images at the scene of fatal traffic collisions. Hopefully, Deputy Speaker, the relevant ministers across departments can, moving forward, work closely together to deliver legislation or the appropriate regulation as soon as possible. Deputy Speaker, we become elected representatives not only to improve the lives of our constituents, but also to uphold their dignity, demonstrate compassion and take all possible measures to reduce harm. I also want to draw attention at this juncture how inaccurate reporting or the broadcasting of speculation can also cause serious harm to families of road accident casualties. I know personally, Deputy Speaker, those who have been impacted by this after losing a loved one. No retraction and no token compensation can mend the hurt or trauma, or both, caused by speculation on circumstances before a fatal accident or about police inquiries afterwards. And broadcast media must be held responsible in this regard, especially where so-called initial reports do not reflect actual facts. Legislative change backed by cross-departmental effort is essential, and it must be accompanied by a fundamental behaviour change in our society. I am hopeful that we can move forward away from these acts and ensure that no family endures additional pain at a time of tragedy. I therefore urge members to support the motion in the strongest possible terms. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I call on Stephen Dunn. Stephen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Infrastructure Committee, I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of this motion, and too would like to thank Mr McGlone, the proposer of the motion, for bringing this forward to the House this afternoon. The loss of or serious injury of a loved one in a traffic collision is a truly devastating event, and it doesn't only tear through the fabric of the immediate family life, but it can also have a lasting and deeply distressing impact for close friends and the wider community from which the victim is from. And I too want to commend Kiva's family for their campaign over these number of years. To have this trauma exasperated by the selfish actions of individuals chasing engagement on social media, or indeed any other form of media outlet, is as immoral as it is avoidable, and can also importantly interfere in the work of our emergency services and also compromise the judicial system. It is disappointing that measures such as what is proposed through Kiva's Law should even have to be considered, but with the omnipresence of social media in all of our lives, I agree with the proposers that it may ultimately be a necessary step. We have seen examples, as others have said, within Germany and other parts of the world, including the Netherlands, where various steps have been taken to tackle this issue, and I think undoubtedly the evidence would suggest that it has a positive impact on dealing with this issue. There's been a noticeable increase in recent years in the levels and indeed the detail as well of the graphic and disturbing content so easily accessible for all users regardless of age on social media platforms such as Facebook, X, TikTok and others. And there is ultimately an ethical duty on these companies as well to play their part on moderating the content on their platforms. And I think the role of AI has also added a further layer of complication as well onto this issue, and it raises questions about what is genuine and what is fake news, and this can only unfortunately add further to the pain of loved ones and those left behind as well. And all of this can be done so instantly within seconds, which also highlights the seriousness of the situation, and I think it also reaffirms the need for action as well. Loved ones should have dignity, and family privacy should always be respected during these heartbreaking times, and no family should ever have to see such horrific videos or images of their loved ones' final moments, or indeed find out from social media if their family member has been involved in an accident. I've seen countless stories where the first time people learn about it is through social media rather than through the official channels of emergency services. And there is no doubt that this type of activity is a form of voyeurism, and I think we do have to call it for what it is as well. It's non-consensual, and it can often exploit victims and create victims as well while they are vulnerable, and can cause humiliation also to victims and their families and the wider community. Members have already rightly reflected on the experience of Kiwi's family, and sadly we can all point to similar stories across the country within our own constituencies. And as my colleague has mentioned, in recent weeks and months we have had the privilege of engaging with the family of the late Jaden Rice, who was just 16 years old with her whole life ahead of her when she was so horrifically killed in a road traffic collision in Bangor just a number of months ago in the summer. And losing a loved one devastates families, and spending some short time with the family of Jaden, it's a real reminder of the pain and hurt and heartache that is now such a part of their lives 24/7. Unauthorised recording and sharing of photos of road traffic collisions is truly traumatising, Mr Deputy Speaker, for families, and it can spread so rapidly and virally across the world in such a short space of time, not just maybe a local paper distribution, but right across the globe. So we support the call in the motion, and we wish to see more joined up work between the Minister of Justice and the Minister for Infrastructure and the UK Government to work constructively to this end. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stephen. And I call on the Minister. And Minister, just to remind you, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I think this is a very important motion which has been brought forward to us today. I very much welcome the proposer of the motion bringing this forward and giving the Assembly an opportunity to condemn the sharing of images and videos of fatal road traffic collisions, which is an utterly deplorable practice. I also think it's a very important opportunity for us to show unity of purpose when it comes to something that can affect anyone at any time in our community. I also want to commend the hard work of Road Victim Support Northern Ireland and Donegal, the O'Brien family and all of the families who have campaigned to raise awareness of this issue, and for the introduction of Kiva's Law, named in honour of Kiva O'Brien, who was killed in a crash on the road between Derry and Strabane in October 2016. Kiva's mother, Maria O'Brien, has written to me and we've corresponded, and I hope to meet with her soon as part of a roundtable that we are organising to discuss a way forward. I also have been disgusted, frankly, to hear stories about bystanders photographing or recording images of fatal road accidents and subsequently sharing them on social media without any thought or empathy for the impact on the family and the friends of victims. And I want to thank Linda Dillon for her very powerful statement earlier in her intervention. Any road traffic death is traumatic, but it is especially cruel to have that trauma compounded by the capturing and distribution of images of the scene in the immediate aftermath, causing distress to families, distress to survivors and distress to others who may have previously been involved in road traffic collisions. It is difficult to imagine the pain experienced by family and friends who have lost a loved one in these circumstances, only to have their dignity and their loved one's dignity and privacy violated by someone else's voyeurism. And you're right, it is voyeurism. It can also, when shared, trigger others who have witnessed or been involved in serious road traffic collisions in the past. And there is no avoiding these videos once they go online. They will be there in perpetuity and they will always turn up on people's feeds. I was also deeply concerned to read about the experience of Fiona Ferris, who bravely stopped to provide CPR to Dominic McGrath after he was knocked down by a bus in Newry in December 2024. Despite the brave efforts of Ms Ferris and others, Mr McGrath sadly passed away at the scene. In the aftermath, it transpired that Mr McGrath's family had been sent a video recording of the scene, although mercifully it was received after the PSNI had informed the family of his death. Nonetheless, the callous nature of this type of recording and the devastating impact that it can have is clear. As Ms Ferris's brave testimony demonstrates, not only does the recording and distribution of these images cause untold pain for the family of the deceased individual, but it also has the potential to traumatise and even discourage good Samaritans who attend a scene and are willing to provide medical and first aid assistance. As a consequence, it is important that we ensure this type of behaviour is discouraged and identify the best approaches for doing so. As proposed within the motion, one such approach could be the introduction of a specific offence, prohibiting the recording and sharing of images and videos of victims at the scene of a fatal or critical road traffic collision without lawful authority or family consent. A similar approach, as many members noted, was adopted by the German Parliament in 2020. Whilst no equivalent offence exists in Northern Ireland, it is important to note that police have recently charged an individual for this behaviour under the Communications Act 2003, which contains offences relating to offensive, malicious and nuisance communications. However, the clarity which would be provided by a change in legislation which would make it an explicit offence, I think would be welcomed by all. The introduction of the proposed new offence would be novel and cut across the responsibilities of many departments and organisations, including my own. Sadly, we do see lives continue to be lost in the most tragic circumstances on our roads. Every family that finds themselves in this situation has deepest sympathy from me and from my department, and I would dearly like to see a future in which no family has to endure the loss of a loved one in this way. Whilst primary responsibility for legislation in relation to road safety lies with the Department for Infrastructure, my department and I are working hard to ensure that sentences delivered in the courts reflect the seriousness of those related offences, the impact they have on and the sense of loss felt by victims and their families. To this end, my sentencing bill, for example, will deliver tougher sentencing by increasing the maximum penalty and minimum disqualification periods for offences of causing death or serious injury by driving. As I think it is important as executive ministers that we work together across the executive to ensure that we find solutions to these matters that are timely and effective. Whilst the Department of Infrastructure has the main responsibility for road safety, enforcement of the offences and penalties is often undertaken by police. In addition, telecommunications legislation, which is reserved to Westminster, including the regulation of social media platforms, lies with the responsibilities of the UK Government. Indeed, it may be beneficial and even expeditious, following a more detailed consideration, for the Executive to collectively agree to write to the UK Government to determine if it may be possible to legislate on a UK-wide basis in respect of this issue, given that it engages a reserved matter. I also agree with the proposer that cross-border cooperation is important in this, and therefore will be happy to raise it with my Irish counterpart also. However, as a first step, it is incumbent on all of us as stakeholders, including DFI, PSNI and social media organisations, to take a key role in the development of proposals, and I'm committed to ensuring my department engages on a cross-departmental basis, led by the Department for Infrastructure, to consider how best we might provide that support. Therefore, I have agreed to participate in a proposed roundtable discussion convened by Road Victim Support Northern Ireland and Donegal. A roundtable along with the Ministers for Infrastructure and Health and other organisations to consider appropriate measures to prevent the unauthorised recording and sharing of photos of road traffic collisions. It is my hope that through discussions between all the interested parties, we will be able to identify an approach and a vehicle which will be able to adequately and in a timely way respond to this most serious issue. Not least because, as both John Blair and Stephen Dunn mentioned in their contributions, the videoing of these incidences is not just distressing, but often accompanied by speculation which could undermine police investigation and future prosecutions where offences are detected. In the meantime, I want to use this opportunity we have been given today to appeal directly to the public to refrain from photographing or recording at the scene of road traffic collisions, and to refrain from sharing such images without consent, to avoid further trauma for victims and their families. As others have said today, and I will restate now, the only legitimate use of a phone at the site of a road traffic collision is to call the emergency services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I call on Mark Durkin to wind. Mark, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In closing today's debate, I want to thank every member who has contributed. And it's clear from the tone and compassion, the seriousness of the issue before us. This is about coming together to protect families, to provide dignity, a modicum of humanity, and a right to grieve in peace. It's good and refreshing that parties are unanimous in support of action and in support of families. The SDLP don't own this issue. It's been brought to different councils by different parties and independents. For me, however, this topic is deeply personal. When my sister Dearly was killed in a car crash at just 18 years of age, our world stopped. It's a devastation that you don't overcome. You simply learn to live with the weight of that profound grief. And Ms. Dillon spoke earlier of personal experience, and I know even now, 2.5 decades later, I can still recall every single details of those hours in the immediate aftermath. The phone call from my daddy, who was driving, asking us to pray. The cries of my mother and my sisters. The hopelessness we felt as we huddled in hope and in prayer. And then the second call to say that Deirdre was dead. What I cannot imagine is having the added cruelty of having that horror filmed or shared by strangers, whether out of curiosity, for clicks, or for social media likes. I cannot imagine my family learning of this tragedy from a post online or a message pinging into a public WhatsApp group. Yet that is exactly what so many families here in the North have had to endure. The testimonies from families involved in this campaign have been nothing short of heartbreaking. These are experiences from people we know, our constituents, our neighbours, and I commend and offer condolences to those courageous families, some of whom are in the public gallery today. 16-year-old Lisa O'Donnell and her boyfriend were killed in a road traffic accident. Her mother didn't hear that news from the police or a family member. It was broken on Facebook as she stood in her kitchen unpacking shopping. Strangers online were already posting their condolences. The Bradley family spoke of their brother's motorbike accident. Strangers filmed his final moments, his attempted resuscitation, even his passing, uploaded it to Snapchat before his children had even been told. This campaign itself carries the name of a young woman loved by her family and her community, Kiva O'Brien. Her mother, Marie, has described racing against the internet to reach her son before the rumours and posts did. Her words are worth repeating. A post can wait, a message can wait, a family's pain will last forever. Speaker, these are the real-life consequences of the absence of legislation. This is what happens when the law lags behind technology and new norms that shouldn't really be normal anywhere. In the age of Snapchat, WhatsApp groups, Instagram stories, TikTok, news travels faster than compassion, faster than the police can knock at a door. And for what? So that a random stranger can have their morbid curiosity satiated for a moment or two. Meanwhile, it's the families left to pick up the pieces, traumatised not just by the tragic loss of their loved one, but haunted by the invasion that follows, the disturbing images that no one wants to see. And I'm not judging either all those who may have shared such content. Many of us will have done it, being the first with the big news, even when it's really bad news. And this campaign has worked in some respect already, and how it will, at least I hope it should, have helped all of us reevaluate our own response to incidents. Germany, as we've heard, has taken decisive action on this issue, concluding that freedom of expression does not extend to capturing the final moments of someone's life for entertainment or intrusion. We owe it to our constituents to protect them from that violation of privacy and dignity. Mr. Blair correctly identified that this isn't just about social media, and I'd also commend campaigners for their work with media outlets to redraw responsible reporting guidelines. Every day that we delay, we run the risk of another family going through what these families have endured. This is not something to be pushed into the long grass. The harm is happening now, and the protection is needed now, which is why we want to see the introduction of these protections before the end of the mandate. And I welcome the suggestion from Mr. Frew that we explore what legislative vehicles are already in transit, and that we may be able to tie this to in a sensible and sensitive manner. I want to pay tribute to those who have carried this campaign on their shoulders while dealing with their own grief and trauma: the O'Donnells, the Bradleys, the O'Briens, and so many others. I want to thank the Road Victim Support Northern Ireland and Donegal for their relentless advocacy. Ms Ferguson also rightly lauded the work of Life After in our own constituency, not exclusively, but primarily. And I can think of so many bereaved families who have channelled their own enormous loss and insufferable grief, not just to reduce tragedies on our roads, but to reduce the suffering of others. Many of these tragedies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have happened on roads that we know well. Roads like the A5, Deputy Speaker, have happened on roads that we know well. Roads like the A5, where far too many families have received life-altering news. One life lost on any road is one too many. And Kiva's law is just one part of our duty of care. We owe it to bereaved families to work together to make our roads safer and to progress long-awaited projects like the A5 to improve road safety and invest more in education and information rather than just on more enforcement. That said, today we have a chance to do something meaningful. Kiva's law is not just about censorship. It's not even about censorship. It's about decency and preventing further cruelty. It's about giving families the space to grieve without intrusion and ensuring that no parent has to compete with a social media feed to tell their own child that their sibling has died. I wrote to both the Infrastructure and Justice Ministers in the summer asking that they implement Kiva's law. Minister Kimmins, while stating that this legislation would fall outside of her policy remit, did commit to support its introduction. In the South, it's the Department for Transport that are bringing forward these measures. Responding last month, Minister Long recognised the importance of this campaign and committed to engaging on this issue by agreeing to take part in a round-table discussion. And I'd like to thank her for continuing to engage here today. We would be keen, I suppose everyone here would be keen, for an update following that roundtable discussion, and how Ministers' commitment to support and commitment to engage can become a commitment to act. Both the Minister of Justice and the Minister for Infrastructure need to work together. They need to work with others, and we all need to work quickly to bring this much needed legislation forward. Behind every accident, there's a family waiting for that devastating knock on the door. Nobody wants to get that knock, but let's make sure that knock, if it's coming, comes before that notification on Facebook or wherever. In the words of those families that know this pain better than any of us, it is not your story to tell, but it is our duty to speak out and do something about it.
Thank you very much indeed. And just before we call this to a vote, first of all, I would like to thank all the members for a very respectful debate that we've had in the Assembly today. And I would like to extend my condolences from the Northern Ireland Assembly to the members of the families who are sitting up in the gallery. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, item number 5 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.